So greetings to everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and a good night. I think it's good night to Dr. Suchitra, almost or nighttime his time. So thank you to everyone joining us today from every part of the world that you're joining from. Thank you to my esteemed guests. I'm so grateful that you could make it and be here with us. And thank you to those who are joining from Africa or areas where the connection isn't great. So we might not see you, but we know that you're here with us. Thank you for joining and being a part of this. And welcome to everyone that's watching me live on Facebook, watching this event on Facebook. We're grateful that you're joining us today. So this is a momentous event. It's to honor World Sickle Cell Day and to spread awareness of symptomatic sickle cell trait and some of the complications, the most severe complications associated with having sickle cell trait. My name is Pamela. Many people know me as Pamela. And my journey in the public eye began when I decided to share my story a couple of years ago. And it was because I had the worst sickle cell trait crisis of my life. And I didn't know what was going on. I knew that it was a crisis, but I didn't know how severe it could get. I'd never had a crisis as severe as the one that I was experiencing in 2020. And when I decided to publicly post and announce that I was having a crisis, and my GPs had told me what they always used to tell me, which was, it's impossible for carriers to suffer, or it's very rare. And then I decided to publicly announce I was having a crisis and just say, bear with me if I don't get back to anyone. One finger typing. And I was shocked by what I found. So I decided to start this support group, Symptomatic Sickle Cell Trait Global Voices United. And I was flooded with people letting me know that they were suffering too and that they had throughout their lives. And this is how we grew and we've grown, and we continue to grow and connect now with many carriers of sickle cell trait globally around the world. Everyone is welcome, whether you're symptomatic or not, whether you have sickle cell trait or not, because I think this information needs to be public. It needs to be shared. Many people who have friends who have the trait may be around them if they're having a crisis and not realize what they're actually experiencing. So, you know, if they're prone to environmental circumstances, physiological changes within their body that can trigger crisis pains. And if you don't know how to treat the problem, or if you don't know that you could be at risk of having a problem or having a severe complication, then how will you be able to treat it? And that's the information we're trying to spread as wide as we can to anyone who is willing to listen. We're here to change the incorrect narratives that are out there on sickle cell trait globally, and we're making an impact. And my esteemed guests and I here today on panel are here to share our stories. So without further ado, I want to just give a brief welcome to each individual speaker. And it's in no particular order. So I'm going to just introduce Dr. David Owoeye. He is a dear friend of mine, a fellow sickle cell warrior. He has sickle cell disease, and he's an author, a medical doctor, an advocate, and he also is part of a few sickle cell communities. He passionately shares his experience of sickle cell crisis, complications, and other challenges to help other sickle cell warriors. And it's done to impact their caregivers and the public to know how to go about helping them, and also to improve the care given and encourage more research on sickle cell disorder. So welcome, sir, all the way from Jazan, Saudi Arabia. And he also has connections. He's originally from Nigeria, so he's in two nations representing. Welcome to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
You're welcome. Dr. Suchitra is our other our other medical doctor, who is a digital health doctorpreneur, and he's based in Singapore currently. He's originally from India. He is the founder of Salvio Therapeutics. He's the company behind sickle cell disease management app, My Sickle Care, which is available to download on Android. Salvio is deeply rooted in sickle cell patient education, and he also, which is very rare, he also includes the trait within his educational platform. So we appreciate you so much for including us. Advocacy and awareness. They're rooted in patient education, advocacy, and awareness by leveraging technology. And he also is an author on several publications and international journals too. So thank you, sir, for joining us.
I'm sorry. So thank you, Mape. Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome.
It's a pleasure to be here and great to connect with you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. We're so grateful that you could join us. We have Dr. Lokesh Singh, who is joining us from India. He is a medical doctor and an additional professor in the Department of Psychiatry. And he's the author of multiple medical journals and co-author within published books as well. So we're so grateful that you could make it today, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have one of my heroines, Dr. Tomia Austin. You gave me hope when I literally had none. So I'm forever grateful to you. She is the CEO of As One Foundation based in Texas, USA. And she has brought a fresh perspective and a winning attitude, which keeps the foundation's day-to-day activities on track. Dr. Austin has taken the reins and is poised to lead the charge of fulfilling the mission and vision of the As One Foundation. And she considers it a divinely designed opportunity of a lifetime that matches her near 20 years experience in fundraising, event planning, community and public relations with her personal passions for education, sports and spiritual values. And she resides in Atlanta, Georgia with her husband, Douglas. Welcome, and so grateful for you.
Thank you so much for having me. I am honored.
The honor's all mine, honestly. It's being on a platform for you with you every time is an honor. And with all of you as well, but especially Dr. Austin, because of the impact you made when I was going through the worst crisis of my life. So thank you so much. Miss Ritchie will be joining us later, so I'll introduce her and Dr. Dipty when they join. We have Nicola Casey, who it's my first time officially meeting, even though we've been communicating a while. She is the founder of the Ricky Casey Trust and Ricky's wife. Nicola established the charity in loving memory and honor of her husband, Ricky, who sadly lost his battle with renal medullary carcinoma, which is abbreviated RMC, which is a rare form of kidney cancer. It predominantly affects those diagnosed with sickle cell trait and other sickled hemoglobinopathies. So welcome. So grateful to have you here with us, Nicola. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. It's just amazing and an honour to be, amongst this amazing panel. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Ashraf, who is joining us from Uganda. We may or may not at times see his video, but he is a symptomatic sickle cell trait warrior like myself. He is an advocate, founder of Action Against Sickle Cell Disease organization, and he's based in Uganda. The organization is called Action Against Sickle Cell Disease. And he recently did a TV interview, which I just watched yesterday. I was so proud of him. But he was incorrectly diagnosed. So he was misdiagnosed at an early age in life with sickle cell anemia. And then when he was having, it was only later on, some years later, I believe in his teens, that he was correctly diagnosed after going into hospital for surgery. And they said, you have sickle cell trait. So all the treatment that he'd been having as a sickle cell anemia patient had stopped, which I think is awful, because being treated and then not being treated is horrendous. The trauma that would cause. But I'm so grateful and so proud of his efforts. He continues, continues championing his organization, Action Against Sickle Cell Disease. And I'm so proud of you, bro. Thank you. Welcome to this platform.
Thank you, Mila. I'm grateful to be part of this panel, and I hope to learn a lot from the panel. Thank you.
You're welcome. I believe Faustina may be joining us at a later time, so I'll introduce her when she joins. And without further ado, I will invite Dr. David Owoeye to discuss his presentation and give an overview of sickle cell disease and sickle cell trait.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to everybody. Irrespective of where you're attending from, I'm currently in Jazan, Saudi Arabia, and I will be sharing some information, theoretical information about sickle cell and experiences. But before I start, I want to say some things. It's not by coincidence that, we are having this program and we are being connected together. God definitely has a hand in it. Nigeria has the highest population of sickle cell disorder globally. So as a Nigerian, I reside in that part of the world. And interestingly, Jazan has the highest population of people with sickle cell disorder in Saudi Arabia. One of the days I met my hematologist after I bought Wakwe's book, and she took a picture of it and I showed her. And I told her that, I have met sickle cell, people with sickle cell trait that experience the same crises, complications, and conditions like people with sickle cell anemia. And she said they have a lot of pool of them here in Jazan. And I was surprised. And I asked her, so what do you do? She said, we just treat them. We don't argue with them. We listen to them and treat them. So I think that helps to change the narrative globally. And I hope that same approach will be applied everywhere in the world, where you have people with sickle cell trait telling you that they're experiencing crisis. On 2 occasions, I've seen people with sickle cell trait coming to the clinic to describe the pain crisis. And they were asking me what other pain medication could they use. And some, when I've spoken with people with sickle cell trait from other parts of the world, who mentioned their experiences that they were denied care because the healthcare worker was arguing that no sickle cell traits are asymptomatic. I felt pain because I know what it is like to have a pain crisis. And then you go to the healthcare center as a last hope, and the person that should help you is turning you back. So what do? I hope this webinar and much more others will be able to change the narrative locally and globally, so that people with sickle cell trait can be looked into properly and given the appropriate care. They do not have to suffer unnecessarily. And with this webinar, I believe we are making it easy for others not to suffer the things we have suffered. So just saying that as an introduction, let me quickly give an overview. I know we have a lot of some experts here, so I will just be brief. Let me just share. Okay, I want to start with, what is sickle cell disorder? We all know sickle cell disorder is a genetic blood disorder. From where it is a genetic blood disorder that is inherited. It is called an hemoglobinopathy, that is disease of the hemoglobin. It is inherited by birth and expressed based on the mutated or mutated gene. It is an autosomal recessive disorder. The problem is within the structure of hemoglobin in the red blood cell. Sickle cell disorder can be diagnosed by hemoglobin erythropoiesis or high performance lipid chromatography. Maybe there are other advanced methods. I hope we'll be able to get there. Even if you can have more advanced method that can be assessed easily, available, and affordable everywhere, that will help us to manage it better. There are different variants of sickle cell disorder. There are sickle cell traits, people with hemoglobin AS, AC, or others. There's also sickle cell disease, those with hemoglobin SC, SS. There are also beta thalassemia trait plus sickle cell disorder. There is also beta thalassemia disease plus sickle cell disease. And then there are other rare forms like D. Punjab, O. Arab, and He. Now, so I hope there will be research to help us identify what significance this variant has on the symptoms and the crisis that we experience, the crisis, the complication, so that we help us be able to better manage it. Now, classification of sickle cell disorder based on location. There is this classification that is based on location, and there is the based on the beta globin haplotypes. There is the Asian haplotype, which is located among sickle cell warriors in central India and Saudi Arabia, Eastern Province. There's also the Benin haplotype among those in West African region, especially Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, and Nigeria. There is Central African Republic of Benin haplotype, found in sickle cell warriors within Angola, Central African Republic, Kenya, and Zaire. And also there is the Senegal haplotype among the Atlantic coast of West Africa. Now, a brief history of sickle cell disorder, unscientifically it was detected in 1670, maybe even earlier than that, among a Ghanaian family. Within the 1870s, it was used to define or describe a set of people in Africa called Obanje. Because I'm an African, I understand what it is. It is used to describe children that keep dying. So maybe if a family have a child before 5 years old, the child died, and then they have another child before 5 years. So as the child keeps coming, they call the child a recurrence, and they give the name of Banje. Now, after some scientific advancement, we're able to identify that probably, because it was noted that most of these children don't reach beyond 5 years, probably they had sickle cell disorder, which because we did not have the knowledge and expertise, that we could not detect it. But scientifically, in 1904, Walter Clement Noel, a young Black American from the Grenada Island, studying dentistry in Chicago, was admitted into the Chicago Presbyterian Hospital. And his blood cells under the microscope showed crescent-shaped red blood cell. In 1910, Dr. James Eric published it in the Archives of Internal Medicine, initially called Eric's anemia, after his own name. But later it was described based on his structure as sickle cell anemia, or sickle cell disorder. Problem with sickle cell disorder is with the hemoglobin. Hemoglobin can be divided into the hemi and the globin. The problem is with the beta chains of the globulin. Globulin has two chains, the alpha and the beta, and defect lies in the beta chain. Amino acids, which are basically proteins, abnormally replaced on the 6th position of the beta chain due to genetic mutation. And treatment helps us to, science helps us to know that within the bone marrow, red blood cells are produced, the genetic abnormality occurs within that place. Under certain conditions, the abnormal red blood cells become sickled and occlude the blood vessel to prevent movement and delivery of nutrients. Now, how is sickle cell disorder inherited? Just briefly, I hope you can see this diagram. I may not be able to go so much into it, but when we have traits, if a trait father, a trait mother coming together to give birth to a child, I prefer to use this as the basis so that every other one could be extrapolated to understand it. There has been this erroneous conception that, or misinformation that it is 1 out of 4 children. No, it is not 1 out of 4 children. It is 25% out of each pregnancy. So for carriers, when the father is a carrier, the mother is a carrier, 25% of each pregnancy would be AA, 25% would be SS, and 50% could be AS, carrier. Now,
Doctor,
because of the, yes?
Can you go into presentation mode? Your slides are not visible, only your sound.
Oh, see, I thought I was sharing it, sorry, okay.
You are sharing, but you need to go into presentation mode.
Oh, okay. Please, how do I go to that?
At the bottom of your screen, near your Zoom, all the way to the right, there's a little screen that look there. No, right, no, two more over to your right. There.
Yeah?
Yes.
Can you see it now?
I can see it on Facebook. I can actually see.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That should do it. My
Oh, sorry.
apologies.
No, thank you very much. I didn't know I was just talking and I didn't know it was not showing. Do I really need to go back to the earlier ones? Now, because of time, let me just go on. But I will share the slide so that people can have access to it after the presentation.
Perfect.
So as I was saying, using carrier, the father is a carrier, the mother is a carrier as a basis, it is 25% for each pregnancy. One of the problems, which I know it's like a myth in Africa, is this erroneous conception that it is 1 out of 4. I've even heard some healthcare workers say it. It is not 1 out of 4 children. It is 25% of each pregnancy. And because chance is unpredictable, I've seen families whereby the father and mother are carriers, or all the 3 children have sickle cell anemia. And I've seen families that they are all carriers and none of them have sickle cell anemia, they are all sickle cell trait. Or one has a hay and the other and 2 have. So we need to understand that properly, and understanding that helps us to be able to manage it properly. But one thing, we coming to understand that even carriers, we have some carriers that do experience the same crisis, complications. How safe can we say it is for carrier to marry now? That is why there is a need for research. What is peculiar about those carriers that have the same crisis and complications with sickle cell anemia? So that if we could identify that, then we can say that 100% guarantees that carriers can marry. But as of now, because of this information we are having, that there are carriers that have the problem as well, we cannot 100% say that carrier marrying is safe. So because that has been an information that has been accepted as true in the past, based on the fact that the narrative has always continued that carriers are asymptomatic. Now we know that many carriers are not asymptomatic. So how safe is it for carriers to marry? That is why there's a need for research to know what is peculiar about carriers that are not asymptomatic. So that when we know this, we'll be able to use that to detect and prevent how or make a proper judgment on the hemoglobin compatibility for marriage. If we know there are particular carriers, a particular form of gene or structure of the chromosome, we'll be able to advise that, okay, they cannot marry the same carrier because they have this peculiarity. So I think those are the areas that research should go more into. Now, because of time, crisis of sickle cell disorder, there are many crises because though there are some basic information about this right from when I was in medical school, but I've come to understand that there is still more than that. There is a physical or mental stress. I was used more to the physical stress when I was in Nigeria. It was when I got to Saudi Arabia that I understood that. Or when I got married, that's what that mental stress can also lead to crisis. Infection or infestation, bacteria, viral, parasitic, COVID infection. I remember sickle cell warriors coming down with crisis frequently and complications during the COVID pandemic. So any form of infection, and that's why it is important, will ensure that proper personal, environmental, and food hygiene is adhered to. Also, dehydration, when there is low or reduced body fluid, extremes of temperature, cold or hot temperature. Now, for people with sickle cell disorder, either traits or anemia, what we describe as abnormal temperature or extreme of temperature for ourselves may not be extremes of temperature for those who are not sickle cell disorder, those who are not living with sickle cell disorder. So you may be able to, you have to understand what is extreme of temperature for yourself, especially when you are within a setting where others do not have sickle cell disorder. They may prefer the AC to be on at a particular temperature, but for you, it will not be preferable. And so you must be able to voice out and be able to communicate to them, these are the things that are not tolerable for me because it can trigger a crisis. So you must be able to identify that properly. And for parents that have children, it is also important they are able to understand what is extremes of temperature for their children that have sickle cell disorder. Acidosis, and then also high altitude. Regions where there is high, people are living high at the mountain because there is low oxygen level, there is hypoxia, low oxygen, and that can cause the polymerization of the red blood cells to cause the sickle nature. Now, what are the sickle cell crises? Hemolytic crisis, which is frequent loss of blood, and there are some reasons because of this. The red blood cell is, yes?
Sorry to disrupt you, sir. I'm just conscious of time, and okay. I think that literally covers the basics of a crisis, just for a brief overview. So I think, are you okay to stop there?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay to stop here.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. That was really informative.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Okay.
How do I unshare? Please let me unshare
the screen. Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. I'm figuring this as I'm going along. Dr. Dipty has joined us. So I believe she is the next speaker. I will just give you an overview and an introduction to who she is. Thank you. Greetings, Dr. Dipty. Thank you so much for joining us from India. She is a medical doctor, a former professor and head department of pediatrics. Apologies, I'm off camera. She is a Rockefeller Fellow of 1991 to 1992, a chairperson of the Task Force towards Elimination of Sickle Cell Anemia in India by 2047. She's also the co-editor of the Lancet Hematology Commission on Sickle Cell Disease, and she's an advisor for the Global Network of Sickle Cell Disease, and she has authored multiple medical journals. Thank you so much for joining us, ma'am, and we're happy that you could be here. And please go ahead and share your presentation. Let me know. I've downloaded your slides. So if you need help with the slides, I can.
Can you please share my slides from there?
Yes. Bear with
Thank
me.
you.
Let me know if you struggle to see the screen in just a moment. It's just opening now.
Thank you, ma'am, for arranging this session. And I think, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you very well.
Okay. I think this is the first time that even I thought seriously about sickle cell trait patients. I've been working in sickle cell for last 4 decades, but I have patients of sickle cell trait who are symptomatic, but I never thought seriously about it till I had discussion with you. And I'm happy that you have this. And I will share some of my experiences, and I think we need to do much more forward from what we have done. Can you see my slides?
They're just downloading. It looks like they're loading at the moment.
Okay. I think the previous speaker has very well made a base for us to go forward. He has talked about the history of sickle cell disease and the carriers and the counseling, which is the same in India, where people believe that if they have 4 children, one will have SS, the other would be normal. Same thing here in India, the counseling and carriers, and very difficult to do counseling for carriers not marrying carrier. But then we make it a point, because in India we have prenatal diagnosis. We tell, if you marry a carrier, we have facility for prenatal diagnosis, and if you become pregnant, please come to us for testing in case you are pregnant. So this is what about sickle cell disease in India. And it was in 1952 that first Lashman found a sickle patient, and she was 15 years old. Next slide, please. Next slide.
Sorry, it's just loading. My system has gone.
Okay. This is just to tell the burden of illness in India. It is assumed, these are all assumptions. We do not know actually how many patients of sickle cell disease are there in India, but it is the country which has one of the highest birth, will have the highest birth of SS babies by 1950. And this is a map of India showing the high burden areas. India is a large country, and African countries are there. So we have states in India which have high prevalence of sickle cell disease, and these are marked here. And next slide, please. And I must tell you that the Indian haplotype is different, and what we have is Arab Indian, and we have very high level of hemoglobin F, which I think other population have 3 to 5%. We have 15 to 30% hemoglobin F. So this is just introduction about Indian population of sickle cell disease. They are different. And as I said, it was 1952 where a 15-year-old girl a tribal woman was found to be having sickle gene, and she was an AS patient. She was an AS, not a SS. Now, it was in 1956 that place where I come from, Nagpur, that center of India, where we found sickle gene in a non-tribal population. Now, I hope we understand what is tribal and non-tribal, right? So, moving forward, we had different. The first clinic was in 1984. We started penicillin, and these are the milestones for a homozygous SS patient. Now, next, please. Next slide. Sickle cell trait, as we all know, is a is a heterozygous state, and it is if we look at the literature, it says it's only when people go to area or the blood is deoxygenated, acidosis or hypothermia, then only they are symptomatic. This is what the literature says, and it affects the oxygen carrying capacity. However, in real life, we do get, even in the literature, next slide, please, next slide. Even the literature says that this is the cascade-like thing, sickle blocking the triad, assuming the crescent shape, causing RBC breakdown, poor flow of RBCs through blood vessels with poor oxygenation of the tissue. So these are the events. I think I will not spend much time on it. We know about it. Next slide. Next slide. In the literature, when I look at what are the symptomatology which a sickle trait can get, and I think very often it is written that it log or traffic jam is there like sickle, and it is rhabdomyolysis with which the patient can present. That is, when the blood supply to the muscle is affected, the muscles break down and they are put into the stream. And that is the commonest presentation which is described in the literature about rhabdomyolysis. And this is usually after an intense exercise, or if he goes to a high altitude. Now, they may present as a medical emergency as a kidney failure or heart failure. And I have seen such patients of AS who has come with heart failure and kidney failure who are AS. It is described in the literature. It is also described in the literature that it is common for AS patient to have less concentrated urine, hypocynuria. The concentrating power of the kidney is decreased. So they pass large amount of urine and then get dehydrated if they do not take adequate. Other thing which is commonly described in the book is hematuria. Painless hematuria in sickle cell disease is, I have seen many patients who have hematuria, painless hematuria. But we must be remember one thing, though I have not seen a single patient, renal carcinoma is also common in sickle cell trait. Next slide, please. Next slide. It would be the next slide. Yeah. The one thing is very commonly seen even in my patients of sickle cell trait, whom we usually neglect when they come to us and they say they have cramping back tightness, especially after a morning exercise routine. And we say it has nothing to do with sickle cell. That is what usually the doctors will say because the literature says this. But no, I think it is due to sickling, and it occurs very often, and it subsides with rest. And also sometimes they get burning type of pain, which may suggest it is ischemia. Next slide, please. And the treatment which has been written mainly in the athlete is the symptomatic. Give oxygen, give treatment of failure, cardiac failure, or whatever it is. Next slide. I want to share my experience about my patients. Okay, now these are the point of care tests which have come available now everywhere, I think, in Africa, all over the globally. We are getting point of care tests by which we can diagnose AS. I'll talk about the AS trait within minutes. So we don't need time to diagnose. Diagnosis has become easy. Next, please. Next slide. Now, what I want to share is, I was just looking at the my register, and I have 70, what I could follow up, 70 patients of AS who are symptomatic. I'm talking of symptomatic patients. Of these, see, I used to think previously that the report is AS because he has received a transfusion. Yes, so it was transfusion which made the patient, and for us it is very difficult to repeat a test, the cost and the availability, facilities. So initially I thought it is because they are SS, but because they have received blood transfusion, the report written is AS. However, that is not right. Now I say dogmatically it is not right. Second, I thought was that these patients are double heterozygous, means they are sickle cell, SC for you all, we don't have SC, or SD. So if you do electrophoresis, you are going to miss sickle cell and you will put as sickle trait. Please stop me if I'm confusing somewhere, okay? So these were my thoughts before I really was convinced that trait are symptomatic. So either they have received a transfusion and that is why this report, or because of electrophoresis, they are not able to pick up sickle cell and SD for me. For you all, maybe SC, I don't know, right? But then I got facilities for molecular diagnosis, HPLC and molecular diagnosis. That made my confusion clear. On molecular diagnosis also, they turned out to be AS. They were sickle trait. So these are the patients, 70 patients, who 45 have HPLC report and molecular reports. The others, they are based on hemoglobin electrophoresis pattern. So of these, they are all above 15 years. The symptoms came after 15 years. That is one thing which I am seeing. Seizures, acute febrile illness, VOC, nephrotic syndrome, pneumonia, dengue, typhoid. I think we are getting everything which a sickle patient gets. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, this is a slide which I don't think you are going to like this slide, but in India, in my setup, since we have many patients and I cannot use the computer and look at the history of the patient, I have this timeline of all patients. This is called as a timeline from the day of diagnosis till age-wise, what were the symptoms. This is mainly used for my SS patients. Now, this is a Suvidha. Suvidha is a medical doctor. She's a medical doctor from my hospital. And when she came to me, she told me she's AS. And again, I did not believe. And you can see, I don't know whether this slide shows or not, the molecular report that she is AS. So it was confirmed that she was AS, and she was quite often seen by me because being in the same hospital, she used to come to me. She had severe pain so often that I never bothered to look at literature or anything, and I started her on hydroxyurea. I think somebody can sue me today that it is not recommended for AS because nowhere in the literature it is. But I thought she's symptomatic and it will help. So I started hydroxyurea and it did help. The crisis, the VOCs become less. She was also transfused twice or thrice. So she had all symptoms like a SS patient, but I have a molecular report where she's AS. Now, the thing is now with hydroxyurea, she's getting leukopenia. The counts are coming down and she's getting more infection. So recently, I called her now today before talking to you all. She said, Madam, I have stopped taking hydroxyurea because of leukopenia. I'll start again in due time. But hydroxyurea has helped her. That is what I wanted to tell you. Of course, we need more studies. And I have many such patients. For lack of time, I'm just giving you an example, real life example of my patient who has had AS and is symptomatic. I've put her on hydroxyurea and she responded. And many a times we will withhold for some time and again start. Next, please. Next slide. Now, this is how I started hydroxyurea. The last page has the pedigree and other things. But now my worry is, next slide, please. Next slide. My main worry is all patients who are SS, whether they are symptomatic or asymptomatic, are getting a disability certificate, which is a government initiative. So they get incentives, travel free, they get a stipend every month. Everything for them is free, all investigations, treatment, everything. In school exam, they get 1 hour extra. Now I'm wondering why not for the patients who are symptomatic, AS, and who are symptomatic. And I've been a member of this Disability Act in which sickle cell was included. And I don't know now, I need to argue with them. We need more evidence before I argue with them, because they're not going to listen to me alone. They need more. So I think we need to come together, and what is needed today is evidence. There is no doubt that some of the AS are symptomatic. At the same time, so many SS are asymptomatic. Yes, so we don't have an answer for that, but we need to come together and have a global study and give evidence, show evidence very soon. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Wow, thank you so much, ma'am. That makes my heart jump for joy hearing you say a global study. That's my goal. One of the main reasons why I started this group and started speaking out was because I realized that silence is a killer. And if I was suffering in silence for so many years, I'm 40 now, 40 this year in November. And if I'd been suffering as I had for so many years, imagine how many others like me were suffering and they didn't know what they were going through. So that's just made my heart just leap for joy. I'm so excited hearing that. Thank you. And I'll be happy to help, and I'll keep sounding the alarm to everyone out there to speak up about their symptoms, because it's important. Doctors won't know how to help us if we don't let them know that we have a problem in the beginning. So thank you so much. Can I quickly ask a question on behalf of a sickle cell warrior who emailed me a question? She has full-blown sickle cell disease, and she said that if someone was having complications or an adverse reaction to taking hydroxyurea, what could they be given as an alternative medication?
Okay, it will depend on what was the reaction like, because I think 25% of my patient will get low count, WBC and platelet count. It's very common to get that. So we stop for 4 weeks and start with a very low dose.
Okay.
Low dose, because hydroxyurea does help. You start with low dose. But if does not help, then we have other drugs which are available in your country, maybe not in my country, like L-glutamine.
Okay.
And voxelector. These are other drugs which are FDA approved in states. They are not available in my place. And the other was crizanlizumab. But I don't know about the availability about crizanlizumab in your country. But these are the drugs which we can be used. L-glutamine does help.
Thank you.
Crizanlizumab has been withdrawn actually. So it was
actually it has been withdrawn, Dr. Suchitra, from Europe. US still has it. Yeah, US still has it.
Okay.
So voxelector
in India, yeah.
In Europe and UK.
Okay.
In Europe and UK.
based. The patient was Uganda based, so I don't know how it stands there, but I'll refer them back to their practitioner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. That was amazing. And I'm astounded seeing that you have 70 patients that you're treating, you're working with, and that's what we hope this webinar aims to educate, just re-educate people who have a closed mindset about sickle cell and sickle cell trait. Please open your minds, because I'm a prime example. I know you can't see, but I'm in bed at the moment. I am a prime example. My voice, it's not the strongest at the moment. When I'm tired, especially over the past 4 years, the more tired I become, the more my voice disappears or it gets weaker. And the pain that I'm continually in is like that. So it's, and the complications I've had are there. And thankfully, I grew up around sickle cell, so I knew what to look out for. But please listen to Dr. Dipty's slides over and over again. Medics, if there's any medics out there listening, this is for you to please help in the centers, clinics asking for help. Please do the electrophoresis. Dr. David, please go ahead, sir.
Okay, sorry, I want to make a suggestion, contribution to what the Dr. Dipty talked about. The patient on hydroxyurea that was having leukopenia. I think you can introduce vitamin D to their medication because it tends to boost the immunity. I am also on vitamin D and hydroxyurea, so it takes care of the infections that come from leukopenia.
Okay.
And I'm also on L-glutamine and dairy because of chronic fatigue syndrome and other complications. I've been on it for like almost 6 months. Maybe I will say, okay, because I also do EBT. EBT is very expensive in some countries. So for people who are reacting to hydroxyurea, we will have suggested EBT, but it's very expensive. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that contribution, Dr. David. Our next speaker is Dr. Kataria. He will be sharing his presentation on his app, My Sickle Care. So you feel free to go ahead, sir, when you're ready.
All right. Thank you so much. So I'll put forth my slides here. Are they visible?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll be basically speaking on how we are actually applying technology to reach out to the patients and enabling education and engagement. And we are doing this right now in India as well as in Africa. So without taking much time, I've observed again, Dr. Dipty Jain has been my guide for past few years. I've always consulted her. Even when I started working on this project, she's guided me on all the issues patients face. And after talking to senior consultants like Dr. Dipty Jain, we figured out that there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation available to the sickle cell patients. So what we endeavored was to create medically correct information to the sickle cell patients, which is contextual, which is correct, and just in time. So that was the basic premise where we started working. Because of pandemic, it got delayed as well. We got delayed by a year and a half, but nevertheless, we launched our app, My Sickle Care, a few years ago. And also within this journey, we figured out that the patients need to remember many things: drinking water, taking care of their diet, infection, and various other things. So keeping that perspective in mind, we created this app, which is called My Sickle Care. It was launched in April, May 22, 2 years ago. And we have around 3,000 patients on the app at this point in time. And these are from India and in Africa as well, in different parts of Africa. So this is again, this is how the homepage looks like. It's called My Sickle Care, and it's available in English and again, 5 in Indian languages as well, besides Hindi. So this is how it looks like. And as I said, patient is at the heart. So moment the patient registers, he's led to the homepage. And homepage is where the temperature, prevailing temperature, whichever city or whichever country they are in, the temperature, the wind speed, and humidity is displayed. So as Dr. David and Dr. Dipty also highlighted, the temperature management, patient shouldn't be exposed to high temperature, low temperature. So we are giving that information right there within the app. So it's patient-centric. And then again, there are various features within that. How are they feeling? My medications, and it's a complete healthcare management app for the sickle cell patients, and they can register all their problems within the app. So it's a walking electronic health record, actually. Let's put it this way, simplistic manner. And again, as I said, they can keep track of their mood, feelings, day to day, record their sleep. And we've made the charting of water intake easy. I mean, there are these water glasses out there. They can just touch, and it's just 250 ml for each glass, and they can record in a simplistic manner and keep their daily record. At the same time, there's medicine reminder. There are commonly taken medicines already enlisted there, and dosage as well. So all they need to do is just do a quick search, quick selection, set the timing, what is the dosage prescribed, what is the time they need to take, and then set forth the alarm, and that gives you the reminder on each day. At the same time, we have different nudges built within the app. Then a charting of pain is very easy. I mean, all they need to do is just select the area, and then there's Wong and Becker scale. So it's very easy to chart the pain, which area, and they can turn this as well. They just need to select the area of pain, and whichever part of anatomy they are facing the problem. And the selection is very easy. They just need to touch the screen and select the area. Similarly, temperature for that matter, they just need to slide. Whatever is the temperature, they just need to slide, fix it, and it just records straight away. Similarly, the mood monitor is very easy. They just need to click on the icon. There's calendar at the top. It is linked to the timing. They just select the date and time, and they can just record it immediately then and there. Hospitalization record for that matter. So then also with the help of psychiatrists like Dr. Lokesh, we built in PHQ and GAD score, whereby the patient can themselves know if they're suffering from anxiety or depression, and subsequently reach out to the doctor and take psychologist or psychiatric help. Similarly, sleep is very important, recording sleep. The patient just needs to select the calendar, select the time, and immediately the next day they are displayed how many hours they had slept with. And this is the way the record comes on the screen for the patient. So they can take out all the records on a monthly basis, 6 monthly basis, whatever is the duration from the time they've started taking maintaining their records. They can obtain the records in this format. So I've displayed the medicine intake record, and on the right side there's a sleep record, and it reflects in a very graphical manner. It can be obtained for the entire problem they are putting forth within the app, be it say pain, be it say hospitalization, blood transfusion, medicine intake. So all the records which they are inputting within the app, they can just extract it at the click of a button. The whole PDF can come out, and they can just take a printout, or rather just mail the PDF to the doctor, and that makes the entire endeavor easy for the patient. Similarly, what we've done is we are also providing medically correct and validated information through our social media handles. I'm proud to say that a lot of top researchers and key opinion leaders in the US also follow our page. There are researchers from NIH as well who follow our page, Twitter handle. So this is the way we put forth the latest studies, be it published in JAMA or Lancet or NEJM. We put forth on our Twitter handle. I maintain it as well personally. Then there is Instagram handle. We put forth all the medically correct information which is useful for the sickle cell patients. So sickle cell patient is again comprising of trait as well as sickle cell anemia both. And again, just wanted to highlight what we are doing at this point in time, how we are actually reaching out to the patients in remotest part of India. So right now, with the help of UNICEF and the state district department of the government of Chhattisgarh, we are reaching out to all the sickle cell trait patients and the sickle cell anemia patients. And this is through another platform of ours, digital platform, which sends out 2 SMSs to the patients and 2 voice messages to the patients on a monthly basis. So in a month, we are sending out 4 messages. two in the form of text and two in the form of voice messages. So these go in the form of automated calls, and these are all medically correct information pertaining to management of health, infection prevention, vaccination, mental support, what precautions they need to take at school, outside, water intake. So all the aspects of sickle cell disease management, they are covered through voice messages and text messages. So these are actually educational and goes to the patient's phone. So as you know, a lot of patients, at least 30% of the patients in remote areas of India, for that matter, are basic phone users. They can't even afford smartphone. So we are actually, with the help of this technology through SMSs and voice cloud telephony, we are reaching out to them in this manner. And whichever patient wants to use and download the app is free to download app. We also have partnership with the Indian Council of Medical Research, National Institute of Research and Tribal Health, and we soon intend to conduct a couple of studies. One study we've already conducted, which is on the app usability and what kind of utility patient have found. The data has been collected, but the analysis is going on at this point in time. So that in a nutshell is our digital program that comprises of app, and then we have cloud telephony, and then we have the SMS-based program. All the information is medically correct, relevant, contextual for the sickle cell patients. So it's regardless. And again, the messages are gender specific, age specific. So what we follow is ages and stages model. So whatever stage of the disease patient is in, whatever age he or she is in, and gender, we send out the customized messages accordingly. So again, reaching out to all of you. I mean, we can conduct a lot of studies. Next on our plate is we intend to conduct studies on women's health, whereby we intend to study the menstrual pain and of course correlation with sickle crisis. Also within pregnant women during the entire stage of pregnancy and post-pregnancy. So we intend to look at, say, adolescents to the age of, say, at least 45 kind of women group, and chart the pain sequences, pain crisis, vaso-occlusive crisis, that's comprising of sickle cell patients as well as sickle cell trait patients. So we intend to look at the pattern, pain pattern, various other complications related to sickle cell. So that's the study we intend to embark upon pretty soon, but always open to ideas, happy to collaborate with each of you and conduct various studies. We should be able to unearth some more. And again, capturing data is very easy within the app, whatever. And these are all patient-reported outcomes, real-world evidence. So capturing data is easy, and then analysis is easy. And again, making it available to everybody, the research fraternity is easy. So again, happy to collaborate with each of you and look at different research possibilities. So that in a nutshell is about my presentation. Let's make the world a better place. Let's heal the world. There's already so much of pain in the world. So that's our endeavor through our digital initiative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Suchitra. That's amazing. I actually have found an Android phone, so I'm going to download an old Android phone of mine. I'm going to download the app and start using it and contribute to the studies that you're doing currently. I'm just blown away by all of this because, wow. And to be included as a trait patient, it means the world to me. So I know for anyone out there who's watching with sickle cell trait, download My Sickle Care app. Use it as your digital healthcare management system. It really does help. It's amazing. Thank you, sir, for that amazing presentation. Is there any contact information that they can either, if anyone needed to reach out to you, or would you be happy for them to go through me?
Well, I mean, they can reach out to me through social media handles or through email. Yeah, our website is under construction, but nevertheless, they can reach out through social media handles. Or if they intend to connect to me, I mean, you can pass on my email address. Just to add to one thing, I mean, of course, I keep communicating with Dr. Dipty ma'am very regularly. But ma'am, to create real world evidence, I mean, since we already have the MOU with ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research. I mean, we can actually help create more evidence, real world evidence, when it comes to trade, for you to convince the authorities that, you know, these are the patients who are suffering from trade, and these are the pain patterns, and these are the disability patterns.
Sure. I think we need to have evidence. That's all.
Yeah. So again, we can connect offline, and within the app, we can actually collect a lot of real world evidence data.
Sure.
But again, having that, not just India, I mean, happy to collaborate with researchers and doctors in Africa, in the Middle East or US, anywhere actually.
That's amazing. Can you read out your social media handles? I've forgotten you. Is it at My Sickle Care on Twitter, on X?
Yeah, it's My Sickle Care right here.
Oh yeah, perfect. Thank you. And for Instagram as well, it's at Salvio Therapeutics, I believe, is it?
Yeah, it's My Sickle Care. It's _ My Sickle Care actually.
_ My Sickle Care. Okay, thank you. We have a question in the chat. So someone is asking, KW from Trinidad. Thank you for joining us, KW. Greetings from Trinidad and Tobago. So we have, will apps show that lived experience data collected is real evidence-based data? Says the app isn't allowing to choose a city in Trinidad and Tobago. It's downloaded and registration is stuck at the point. Can that be assisted with or corrected?
Also, is it restricting because of the location is Trinidad and Tobago?
I'm wondering.
I mean, I can look at the backend side, and okay, so I'll look into this matter immediately. Obviously, today's Saturday, and the technical team has called it a day. But on Monday, I'll have it checked and have it sorted if there's an issue with registration from Trinidad and Tobago.
Perfect, thank you. KW, is that okay with you? Yes, location is sketching. No problem. So we'll get in touch with you, KW, Monday. Dr. Suchitra can either contact myself and let me know that it's when it's resolved, or first question. What's your second question? Will the app show that lived experience data collected is real evidence-based data, Dr. Suchitra?
Well, again, we have to qualify, because this is all real world evidence data. So whatever data is collected, and again, mind you, I mean, we keep privacy at heart. So none of the patient's details, name, phone number, emails, etc., would be shared with anybody. So privacy is obviously our topmost concern. And whatever data is shared, that's pertaining to the disease pattern, okay, pain pattern or any other for that matter. But that will all be anonymized. But however, that will qualify as real world evidence. Perfect. The data would qualify as real world evidence.
Thank you so much. I hope that answers your question, KW. Thank you so much for that amazing presentation, Dr. Suchitra. Thank you. Next up, we have Dr. Lokesh Singh also joining us from India. So I shall keep quiet. In the meantime, while you're doing that, I just want to give Miss Ritchie a warm welcome and good morning, ma'am. Thank you for joining us from Texas. Thank you for being here. I just want to give you a full introduction, so I'll do that now. So Miss Ritchie Johnson is the president and founder of the Chris C.J. Johnson Foundation. She is a mother, registered nurse, an author, and an advocate. And I have her book. It's amazing. And She holds a BSN from Texas, Women's University in Denton, Texas, and she obtained her MBA from California College for Health Services in Salt Lake City, Utah. And she's spent the past 10 years as an advocate for renal medullary carcinoma and organizing fundraisers. As previously mentioned, she's the founder and president of the Chris C.J. Johnson Foundation, Inc., a 501c3 nonprofit charity organization, and she does amazing advocacy work. She has 50 years experience as a registered nurse, with 26 of those in healthcare and leadership. And she's been featured as an advocate for RMC. She's been featured in the New York Times and GMA3, Houston Newsmaker, Fort Bend Herald, Fort Bend Southwest Star, and various other magazines and several other neighborhood magazines. And she's a published author of Mama, I'm Tired, A Mother's Journey through her son's cancer battle with renal medullary carcinoma. And she resides in Sugar Land, Texas. And because of her youngest son's death from RMC, renal medullary carcinoma, she has dedicated her life to advocating for patients worldwide that have been diagnosed with RMC and offers support to their families. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us.
Thank you, Mawapi. I'm so excited to be here this morning, and thank you for the beautiful introduction. I see a lot of familiar faces here. Dr. Austin and Nicola, so great to see you guys as well.
Thank you. I will just grab Dr. Lokesh's slides. Thank you so much, Miss Ritchie. I'm so pleased to see you.
Happy to be here. Ran a little late.
Oh, you're perfect. Perfect time. We kind of ran slightly over, but it may have worked out because we've had notification one of our panelists later on may not be able to join us. So her mother is sick. So Faustina, I'm praying for you and thinking of you. I will just bear with me if I just mute myself. I'm just going to get your slides, Dr. Lokesh.
Yep.
I always get caught on the presentation view. How do I start the slide control?
Go down by the Zoom at the bottom.
Yeah, right, bottom.
Oops. Sorry.
It looks like a little screen over to you, more to your right, to your right, to your right. One, that one.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Can you still see the screen?
Yeah.
Let me know which screen I should be on. I don't know which one was the first.
The previous one, previous one.
Okay. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. So good to go. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. So thank you, and thank you, Dr. Mawapi, for giving me this opportunity. So I'll be talking about emotional well-being in sickle cell disease. Sickle cell disease, just to clarify, I'm covering the disease part as well as for the trait part.
Thank you.
Just to keep things simple, I will go on using this term only. Okay, so I basically work in a tertiary care hospital setup where I'm supposed to involve in teaching of medical graduates and postgraduates. At the same time, you're also involved in research and clinical work. So during these clinical interactions, we also have a specialized clinic for sickle cell disease in our hospital. So from there, we'll get a lot of referrals. And when these patients are being admitted, some of them are also been referred to us for the psychological evaluation. So this is how we work, and I try to give an overview about the various psychological implications that these conditions have. So as I said, I talk about the emotional well-being. Next slide, please. So what is emotional well-being? Next slide, next click. Okay, so emotional well-being or emotional health or wellness is referred to that how well people are able to know, accept and manage their emotion and cope with the challenges throughout their life. And this applies to all of us, whether we are having some disease condition, we are having a normal living. Okay, so this emotional well-being define that how good we adjust to our condition. And so we see and appreciate that this state of emotional well-being, it affect our relationship, it affect our work, it also overall have an impact on our mental and the physical health. Next click, please. Okay, so this being in a recent, you can say in the last couple of decades, it's been seen that the mental health, the toll of mental health on the human being is very enormous. And that is why WHO has started a new initiative where this thing has been observed, and at the same time it's been observed that the mental health issues are neglected, and this neglect is there globally. Okay, it's not limited to any specific area or region. So there is a lot of work needs to be done on these aspects of health, because the health has various subcomponent and mental health being one of those most important component of it. When we talk about the sickle cell disease, next slide, please. So sickle cell disease also has the people, those who are affected with sickle cell, their families and their communities, they are also known to have that uh, kind of poor mental health because of negative influences of the disease, because they are carrying a chronic condition which start from early childhood, and they need to live with this condition for their whole life. And because of this, the people with sickle cell disease or trait, they are having this stress because of the disease course. Like there is a repeated exposure to uncertainty about potential disease course, which not all doctors or physician can tell. There is a lot of complication of this disease condition. Next clip. There's a complication of disease. There's a burden of symptom like fatigue. That people feel overburdened, not able to carry out their usual routine activity. Other than this, there's a repeated trauma of severe pain episodes. So all these things, they put a lot of stress in the people, those who are having these conditions. Next slide, please. And this is not just limited to those non-specific thing. When studies has been done in various part of world globally, it's been seen that there is two psychiatric conditions. One is referred as depressive disorders and anxiety disorders. They are quite prevalent in this group of patients. The prevalence of depression ranges from 20 to 57%, and anxiety from 6 to 29%. So such is the mental health morbidity in this group of people. So like this range is there because different studies have used different definition, and the setting and the socio-cultural context have their coloring also. Okay, but if we say in a normal terms, so usually people, they report these kind of symptoms like they feel socially isolated, they have bouts of irritability, a feeling of helplessness, low mood or sad mood, then the feelings of suicidality and fatigue and poor appetite and sleep disturbances. So these are the most common complaints that people usually report to our clinics. And when they are evaluated, many of them, they are diagnosed to have the disease entities like depression or anxieties. Other than this, there are other conditions, and they are referred as neurocognitive impairment, which affect the children's or the adolescents affected with sickle cell disease or trait, and they're not able to do very good in their studies or academics. Okay, that adds further to their stress. At the same time, because of those pain crises and feeling of helplessness, many of these people, they end up having any kind of substance use. Mainly alcohol has been found to be quite prevalent in this group of people, and other conditions which are not that common, they're also been seen, like mood disorder or psychotic disorders. Next slide, please. Now, when we talk about why there is a lot of mental health morbidity in patients with sickle cell disease. So there are certain risk factors that these people carry and which adds to their agony or the pain. One thing is about the state of mind of these people. They have usually negative thinking, like they used to self-blame themselves for their condition. Sometimes they used to catastrophize things, like, if someone is having a pain crisis syndrome as symptoms or any other problem, they feel very much frightened, and they tend to feel as if everything is gone. Okay, so that state of helplessness is very commonly seen because of those negative thinking. Then they do also harbor negative feelings like guilt. At the same time, certain negative social determinants of health are always are also being seen and associated with this group of people, like there is a insecurity about the food and housing in different part of world, unequal access to quality education and basic healthcare that has been seen in many part of our country and the African countries also, and other part of world also. At the same time, a lot of stigma that these people used to carry because of the race and because of the migratory status in some countries. Next clip, please. And at the same time, a lot of financial adversities that these people used to face. Those who are working, they have lost days of employment, and in some part of the world where they don't have insurance cover, so a lot of medical expense has to be bear by the families, which again adds to the problem. So all these issues, when they put together, they make the people with sickle cell disease and trait more vulnerable to have mental health problems. Next slide, please. Now I will talk a little bit about the sickle cell disease and the pain symptoms. So it's been seen that sickle cell pain or crisis, they are the primary reason for the presentation in sickle cell disease, which has also been seen in sickle cell trait patients also. And it is the reason for majority of hospitalization in the range of 95%. And the person, they always feel distress when they are anticipating another such event in their life. Okay. When we try to see the pain component, next slide, please. So I'll just talk a little bit about a model of biopsychosocial model of chronic pain, which is given by the George Engel way back in 1977. He talks about this model, which focuses both on disease and illness. Okay, so disease being a state where we find some kind of biological event, like here we see a genetic problem is there and the blood vessels have a problem. Illness refers to the subjective experiences that a patient feel because of the ongoing disease problem. Next clip, please. So this illness part is now viewed as a complex interaction of those biological reasons, psychological attributes, and the social factors. Next clip, please. So it can be explained in this small picture where there is a lot of biological attributes are involved, the psychological attributes or psychological makeup of a person suffering from this disease condition. But there are many things which can act as a buffer or which can act as a risk factors. We discuss some of those risk factors. So when they are more in a person, their chances of having this chronicity of pain is more. Okay, so in total, we can say and we can appreciate that because of those ongoing problem in the area of the mental health or the mental well-being, the ongoing disease process has a poorer outcome. Okay, so the suffering is more, the pain is more, the kind of adjustment or the coping of a person is not that good, and that affects the overall quality of life of this person. Next slide, please. So what I mean to say that mental health matters, and as a carrier or as a sickle cell disease patient, I will always advise all my patients that you need to take control of things. There are many things that we cannot control, like our genes we cannot control, our government policies we cannot control. But other than this, there are many things that we can take control of, like my nutrition, my food habits, what medication I need to be on, okay, my sleep habits. So wherever you can take control, you take control of those things which are doable. You need to understand your disease, because without understanding a disease condition, we keep on struggling with ourselves. We just keep on feeling frustrated. So one need to understand, you need to approach your primary healthcare physician, and you need to ask questions, because without understanding we cannot go further ahead. At the same time, you need to acknowledge that the mental health challenges are also in your life. It may be because of sickle cell disease or any other conditions, and you need to ask for help, because until you ask for help, you will not get better, and you will further complicate your conditions. So you need to go and ask for help. Next slide, please. Now I'll just talk a little bit about the options of treatment, that how we approach the patients. So mainly there are two ways that we usually approach patient, the pharmacological agents. So depending on the disease condition, we choose some medication. The choice of medication depends upon a few factors, like what is the severity of the given clinical condition. Say, for example, depression, if it is moderate level or more severity, so we go for pharmacological agents. If patient is not willing, or if the symptom severity of not that much, we can opt for some kind of non-pharmacological therapies. Okay, so I'm not going into much detail, just going to give you overview. So mainly, next slide, please. So mainly there are a couple of proven therapies that has been tried and found to be effective. So one is supportive therapy that's been done. We refer our patient for the supportive therapy. So basically in supportive therapy, the therapist, they give or provide emotional support, encouragement, and validation during difficult life circumstances or psychological challenges. So here they collaborate with each other, and the therapist use the therapist role is just to support the person. They don't want to have a major change into one's way of living, but they come to a mutual consensus that how they should be handling their condition. The other major therapy is referred as cognitive behavior therapy. So there are various models of it, and this therapy is found to be effective in many other conditions, many other chronic conditions, and is also found to be effective in sickle cell disease and Trait patients. So here it's a little bit different, in a sense that in this therapy process, the therapist tries to establish that there are certain distressing thoughts which are not realistic. Like sometimes patients have a tendency to catastrophize things, or they have a tendency to see things in black and white, like either it is a good or it's bad. Okay, so that kind of a thought process is not good for the person, because during those distorted state of mind or the thinking, they make things worse. Okay, so during therapy process, the therapist tries to make them realize that what they are feeling, they are distorted thinking, and they need to be more realistic, and that is how they can feel better. Okay, so this is the two major therapies. Next slide, please. So while I say to all of my patients, I say it here again to conclude my presentation, that please remember that the previous year, you are you, and you are not your illness. Your illness is just a part of your life. Okay, so you need to sometime, if you are focusing too much, you need to defocus. If you're defocusing too much, you need to focus. This is how we go. When we see we are stuck somewhere, we go for shutdown and we restart again. So you need to see it again that this is not your whole part of your life, it's just part of your life. Be yourself and engage in activities you love, because that's going to give you a positive vibe, and that is the one thing that is required too much in your journey. Use your social support and get connected, because this is very much important. There are certain state of mind when a person think that why me, why it is happening to me only, I am the only sufferer. When you get connected, you get to know there are other people around you. Okay, so that gives you a sense of relief, a sigh of relief. That is the goodness about this social connectivity. It can be through some NGOs. We have some self-help group also. So they themselves meet with each other. They share their resources so that in their region, in their locality, they know there are certain social support benefits are there. So they share among each other. So that is how they are better helped by this connectivity. And at the end of the day, you need to fight stigma. Okay, so stigma of being sickle cell disease or trait, that is one major concern now in this panel discussion. So they need to raise their voice, and that is why we are here to listen from various panelists and their point of view. And you need to love your life. You are responsible for your state of mind, your nutrition, and your drugs and your work. You need to take control of all those things. So this is all I want to share in my presentation. And next slide, these are my references. Next slide. Okay, so where I referred from, and I'll be happy if there are certain questions, so I can respond to those questions.
Thank you so much, sir. Shall I stop sharing now?
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you. That was amazing. Very informative. And I was nodding my head, though you couldn't see me. I was nodding my head and agreeing about the focusing so much on illness, because the more you focus on what you're going through, the worse it feels, the worse it gets. So yes, I really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm just wanting to see, there's somebody who's raised their hand. Let's see. There's a few people who have raised hands, so I'll allow them to talk if that's okay.
Yeah, please.
Di Guest or Diella Erkley, go ahead. Hi, Di. Can you unmute? I think I've given you permission, so you should be able to mute. Unmute. We can't hear you, Di. Diella. I'll go to the next person. Diella, if you do want to ask a question, feel free after I go to this next guest who's on panel as well, who's attended as well. I believe it's Carissa or Sharissa Moran. Please go ahead. You should be able to unmute yourself now. You had a hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put my hand. I didn't realize my hand was up.
Oh,
I'm
no.
just saying. Apologize, guys.
No problem. Thank you. I was trying to figure out, because I can only see the panelists. So I was trying to figure out, I'm new to hosting webinars, so apologies to everybody. There's 12 attendees as well with us. Thank you for joining. I'm just checking if anybody else has a question that I can see. But Diella, I don't know if you have a question. Okay, we'll move on. Thank you for everybody's patience as well. We had a bit of trouble this morning. with technical issues. So our next speaker is one of my favorite people in the whole world. Everybody listen to Dr. Tomia as well. I listen to everybody on panel, but Dr. Tomia, as I said, she is one of my heroines, and she gave me hope when I was at my worst state. So this is an emotional moment for me. Dr. Tomia and Miss Ritchie being on panel together is wow. It's overwhelming. Go ahead, ma'am. You're still muted. I think I should have unmuted you. You should be able to.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we hear you.
All right. So, and my slides are visible.
I can see them. I can see them on Facebook too. I don't know if anyone else.
Okay. Slides are visible and we can see, we can hear. So thank you so much, Mwape. This is an honor I don't take for granted. Anytime I get to talk about sickle cell trait and listen to what has already been shared, tremendous presentations, tremendous agenda. And I'm honored to be a part. Certainly love the familiar faces and looking forward to the speaker who's to follow me, but we'll just jump right in, respectful of time, talking today about the symptomatic sickle cell trait, holistic self-care and pain management. And by the way, we are celebrating and honoring World Sickle Cell Day today, but June 19th is also Juneteenth, a holiday that's celebrated in the United States that marks the freedom of slaves some 2 years after they were actually freed. That's the day that they were notified. So significant for the disproportionately affected population in the United States, and that is people of African descent, but definitely something to earmark. So happy World Sickle Cell Day, happy Juneteenth as well. But I'm here to talk about the way the sickle cell trait has is the origin story of the As One Foundation, which exists to empower families globally. Oh, I meant to hit my clock so that I won't go over. But we're here to empower families globally, delivering life-saving sickle cell education since 2007. The gentleman in the picture, his name is Devard Darling. He was born in Nassau, Bahamas, and unfortunately, he has a tragedy turned triumph story of losing his identical twin brother in 2001 due to sickle cell trait exertion. Devard and Devon were born in Nassau. They were not a part of a universal newborn screening program. So they were not notified, their parents were not notified that they had sickle cell trait shortly after their birth. And they were also a surprise in that the doctors had been hearing two hearts beating as one throughout the pregnancy. So they were surprised that two young men were born, young boys were born that day. They did move to the United States back in when the twins were toddlers, and went to school in Texas, schools down in Sugar Land, and were academically and athletically successful, and ultimately recruited nationally to play football. And they chose to go to Florida State University under then head coach Bobby Bowden. In the United States, there is a mandate to test for sickle cell trait because there have been young athletes to die, and sickle cell trait is the causal relationship there. So they took the screening and learned that they had sickle cell trait, and they were advised that sickle cell trait was nothing to worry about, that they live a normal life, and they were advised to avoid the 25% chance of birthing a child with sickle cell disease by not also procreating with someone with sickle cell trait, and they were sent on their way. at the end of their senior year, where they played as true freshmen and won every game of the regular season and fell just short of winning the national championship, they were participating in the off-season workouts that measure your conditioning, measure your ability, and also, kind of instructs or informs your coaches whether or not you should be a starter. And in that conditioning workout, and I saw, I believe it was Dr. Dipty, talk about the conditioning that happens early on, usually within the first day, within the first hour of an elongated conditioning workout. Devon Darling died. He was coached that your body is amazing, you'll pass out before you die. And he passed out multiple times and unfortunately met his very young and I believe predictable demise that day. And his brother was, the living twin, was basically charged with moving on and to continue their shared dream to help young people, which is at the core of why the Aswan Foundation exists. So Devard did go on and play, finish out his college career, was drafted to the National Football League, and in 2007 established the Aswan Foundation in honor of his brother. And now we work very diligently to hopefully educate and participate in opportunities just like this today to prevent future sickle cell trait deaths that Devon suffered. And we also dedicate our presentation today to a number of sickle cell trait warriors that have also lost their lives. I know we will do some tributes at the end, but I am particularly moved to say the names of Dr. Ana Maldonado, who lost her battle with RMC back in 2023, Deputy Hacker, who lost his battle to exertion with sickle cell trait in 2023, and Ronnie Hillman, who was another NFL player who lost his battle to RMC as a Super Bowl winning running back in 2022. We heard so much about sickle cell trait and the etiology and the fact that it affects so many people worldwide. I include this slide to just give a visual to the fact that people of African, Asian, Indian, Latin, Italian, Irish, Mediterranean, Greek, or Turkish descent can be affected by both sickle cell disease and sickle cell trait. And it matters because it is the most common genetic disorder. Everyone needs to know their status because it literally could affect any of us. It is not a skin color condition. It is a blood condition. Know your status. Please get tested. And the benefits of getting tested is genetic literacy. Notification of an abnormal or that missing gene is important. And if it's important for so many reasons, but the number one is to make informed decisions when it comes to family planning. But of course, there are barriers. There are barriers to genetic testing, especially that we found here in the United States, but I would say not so much globally because there are tests, these point of service tests that are available in developing countries that are not even available here in the United States. Yes, we have universal newborn screening. However, if you are born before that newborn screening mandate, then you are of childbearing age and you do not know your status, which explains why 97% of sickle cell disease births in the United States are born to parents that did not know their status. So ignorance is a number one barrier. And that whole fact that we have a universal newborn screening in the United States feeds the perception that your point of service genetic testing is not needed. Again, speaking to the availability and to the stigma, this young face at the bottom left of my screen is George Floyd. George Floyd died because a police officer held their knee to his neck for an extended period of time. but there was an effort to attribute his death to sickle cell trait. And it is a misstep. And thankfully, that was not the case, that they were successful. But again, that stigma can be crippling when it comes to sickle cell trait education. We've talked about whether or not sickle cell trait is benign or asymptomatic. According to the Merriam-Webster definition, benign means mild type, does not threaten life or cause cancer. Asymptomatic, not causing, marked by, or presenting with signs or symptoms of infection, illness, or disease. However, research is constantly, there's an emerging body of research that is associating sickle cell trait with a number of complications. The number one is chronic fatigue. Our MDs have spoke very eloquently about the symptoms, but I am here today to speak to you specifically about the exertion and how that affects people that exert, our young athletes, people that have laborious jobs. But I do want to highlight one of the symptoms, and that is retinopathy, if only to just bring attention to the fact that retinopathy, yes, is a symptom associated with sickle cell trait and sickle cell disease. But please be on the lookout, be on alert for September 27th, which we call Shades Day. And it's a global opportunity for each of us to, yes, post a picture of yourself in shades, but also use it, each of your organizations, use it as an opportunity to raise awareness about your organizations and funds. It is a fundraiser. So search the hashtag Sickle Cell Shades Day or the organization conqueringthecurve.org to learn about how you can participate in an awareness campaign about retinopathy, sickle cell or sickle cell trait retinopathy, which does affect people living with sickle cell trait. The other complication that will be spoken about at length with the presenter following me, so I won't belabor that point. Avascular necrosis is something that we hear quite a bit, and we definitely heard about it today. But when hearing growing pains and you are above a certain age, you're 40 years old, you're not experiencing growing pains if you have sickle cell trait. That could potentially be avascular necrosis. So please see your doctor. But exertion is why the As One Foundation exists. It is what ultimately took the life of our founders. Am I at time?
You can go ahead, continue.
Okay. It took the life of our founders' identical twin brother, and we believe that universal precautions could have saved his life. Education such as what we're sharing today could have saved his life. There was a slide I saw talking about the cascade of events, and of the three top of the risk factors associated with sickle cell trait, dehydration, elevation, and exertion are the top three. And we certainly will hear about renal medullary carcinoma subsequently. Our advice is simple. When you exert, we're not saying you cannot exert. You can play, you can run, you can dance, you can be a part of a fraternity or a sorority. But when you do and you live with sickle cell trait, please take the precaution to go from rest to exertion gradually. Please also hydrate before, during, and after that physical activity, and practice what we call proper hydration, which is consuming half your body weight in ounces of water daily to avoid dehydration. If you weigh 200 pounds, then you should be consuming 100 ounces of water daily. And then take as many recovery breaks as you need. And the short way to say this is to warm up, drink up, rest up, regardless of our sickle cell status. Warm up, drink up, rest up is the advice of the day. I won't belabor this slide because we did talk about the cascade of events where sometimes symptoms that you might be thinking you're cramping, or that slide about the tightness in your back, but that of course is a sign of sickle cell trait exertion or sickle cell trait crises. Exertion in sickle cell trait is classified as the top killer of collegiate athletes who are disproportionately within the people of African descent community. So this is why this is also important. The NCAA, the National Collegiate Athletic Association, did mandate testing, and that testing is important, but it has not prevented all deaths. It did not prevent Devon's death. Education is the key, and that's what we're getting today, and we need to continue to do more. So thank you so much to the Symptomatic organization that put this event on, because unfortunately, these are only 6 of too many collegiate athletes that have lost their lives to sickle cell trait exertion. And unfortunately, this death is not reserved just for collegiate athletes. These are younger high schoolers, elementary schoolers, Pop Warner athletes that lost their lives to sickle cell trait exertion. Please, everyone can play a part. Everyone has a genotype. Find out what yours is and get tested and share. I will stop sharing. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Austin. That was amazing. And your words, warm up, drink up, rest up, they've been playing in my mind for the whole week as I was preparing the flyer. All I could think of was warm up, drink up, rest up. Thank you so much. And if you have sickle cell trait, you may need to drink just a bit extra than just what you think is normal, because I was drinking up to 5-6 liters of water a day when I was pre-crisis, and I didn't even know I was going into that state. So yeah, it could be a sign. If you're extremely thirsty and nothing quenches it, definitely keep drinking that water. I believe Dr. David has a question, and we'll go to Miss Ritchie straight after.
I'm sorry, not a question, but like a contribution to what Dr. Tomia said about annual screening. Yeah, annual eye screening. I have sickle cell retinopathy, early sickle cell retinopathy. Now, interestingly, I have been doing annual eye screening every year, screening for my eyes, and it not pick it. After 4th year, it now picked early retinopathy. So maybe I'm suggesting maybe we have to increase it to twice a year or 3 times a year. Those are some of the problems about sickle cell disorder that we need to watch out for. And also hearing loss. I also have sensorineural hearing loss. I'm not sure whether it's, of course, the people with sickle cell trait, but since we've identified there are a lot of problems with sickle cell disorder, anemia that also causes sickle cell trait, we need to look at everything as a whole.
Yes, I agree. Thank you. I've been thinking that with my eyesight as well, to have more regular testing. And yeah, thank you for that observation, Dr. David. So anyone wanting to contact Dr. Tomia, she's available at tomia@asonefoundation.org. And thank you so much, Dr. Austin, for that amazing presentation. I will unmute Miss Ritchie and I will keep quiet. Go ahead, Miss Ritchie, it's all yours.
Good morning. It is a pleasure to be here, and certainly a hard person to follow, Dr. Tomia Austin. I did not prepare any slides, and my apologies, but been running and trying to get out of town in the next day or so.
Yes.
Not only, it was such a great introduction by Mawapi, but I also want to let you know that I too am a sickle cell trait carrier. I'm also a mother, a daughter, a grandmother, and more importantly, I am an advocate for renal medullary carcinoma and sickle cell trait. So today it is such a pleasure to speak to all of you about the critical importance of being your own advocate, understanding self-care, and the potential for early detection of renal medullary carcinoma. Our foundation was established in memory of my son, Chris, who tragically passed away at the young age of 39 due to complications of renal medullary carcinoma. In June 2011, Chris complained of blood in his urine, and he went to the emergency room. A CT scan was revealed, and he had a suspicious spot on his right kidney that was 7 centimeters. indicating that he had cancer. My body went limp, and I struggled to process the news. Looking at my son on the stretcher, I felt as though I was in a nightmare. I had to pull myself together and face the reality that my son had just been diagnosed with cancer. Over the next 15 months, I became not only his mother, but also his advocate, his caregiver, and gatekeeper. And I say gatekeeper because when a person has been diagnosed with a catastrophic illness, people tend to reach out to that person asking questions. And I think that's the main thing that you really should is stop that, because you have to allow the patients, when they've been diagnosed, to speak when they're ready to speak. You know, having cancer diagnosis, depressing as it is, but talk about the fun things. And little did I know that when I chose nursing as my career, God was ultimately preparing me to care for my youngest son. Chris's journey was filled with highs and lows. There were moments of hope when treatment seemed to be working, and times of despair when setbacks occurred. I remember one night when Chris was in unbearable pain. Despite the strong painkillers, nothing seemed to help. I sat by his side, holding his hand, feeling utterly helpless. It was in those quiet, dark hours that I found the strength to continue, fueled by the love for my son and my determination to support him. As a registered nurse, I was unaware of a kidney cancer that specifically affects individuals with sickle cell trait or disease. Today, my goal is to help other patients and parents understand how to be proactive in their self-care and to advocate for themselves effectively. Renal medullary carcinoma is a rare and aggressive form of kidney cancer that primarily affects young adults, mostly males and of African descent, and also with sickle cell trait. It is often diagnosed at advanced stages because symptoms typically appear only when the cancer has been well established. The symptoms include blood in the urine, unexplained weight loss, back or flank pain, and fatigue. Understanding the biology of REMC can help us appreciate why it is so aggressive. REMC originates in the renal medulla, the innermost part of the kidney, and tends to grow rapidly and spread to other parts of the body. Research is ongoing to find better treatments and ultimately a cure, but early detection remains a significant challenge. REMC is less than 1% of kidney cancer diagnosed. It is estimated to be less than 0.5% of all renal cell carcinomas, which means it makes up to about 90% of kidney cancers in the United States. The actual number of cases is difficult to recognize because REMC is often misdiagnosed as another condition. Now, Dr. Austin talked about sickle cell, but it is important that you understand whether, first of all, you have sickle cell trait. And if you do, be aware of the complications that could arise. Learn as much as you can about sickle cell trait and other blood disorders. REMC is an aggressive form of kidney cancer, with SCT being a major risk factor. Early diagnosis is crucial, but as I've mentioned before, symptoms normally do not appear until the cancer is well advanced. So how can you be a self-advocate and try to, find out about REMC a little bit sooner? I suggest that you schedule regular checkups with healthcare providers and make sure that they understand what sickle cell trait is and the complications that can be associated with it. Educate yourself about the symptoms of renal medullary carcinoma, such as blood in the urine, unexplained weight loss, back pain, and fatigue. Keep a record of any unusual symptoms and report them to your healthcare provider immediately. Consider genetic counseling to understand sickle cell trait implications and discuss regular screenings for early detection. If you're diagnosed with REMC, ensure that you have a comprehensive health care team, including oncologists, nephrologists, and hematologists. Join support groups and organizations like the Chris C.J. Johnson Foundation for resources and connections. We have the only REMC support group in the world, and I'm proud to say that Nicola is part of that group, and I think I saw that Lois is also on the call, and Clarissa. Engage in healthy lifestyle choices and be cautious about high intensity exercises, is what Dr. Tomia Austin spoke about earlier. Reflect on your own experiences or consider how can you support others in similar situations. Have you or someone you know been affected by REMC or sickle cell trait? And think about how can you help raise awareness or provide support. So often I see that we lose a loved one to sickle cell trait, not so much sickle cell trait, but renal medullary carcinoma, with sickle cell trait being a major factor and high intensity exercise being the second factor. But once that loved one has passed away, that's all it's done. My goal, I lost my son, and I don't want anyone to have to travel this lonely journey that I traveled when Chris was diagnosed with REMC. And that's the whole reason. Let his legacy continue to live. Let your loved one's legacy continue to live by helping others. Another huge issue is healthcare disparities. And I know I may be getting close to time, but I just have a few more things to say. Many REMC patients, especially African Americans with sickle cell trait, face significant disparities in assessing quality health care. Promoting awareness and education about REMC and SCT and removing barriers to access is crucial. Advocate for policy changes is what Milton Wade has been doing to ensure equal access to advanced medical care and research opportunities. Encourage participation in clinical trials to improve outcomes. And I'm happy to say that because of our advocacy, we now have 4 clinical trials available. The 4th one will soon be available at MD Anderson here in Houston, Texas. And I can say that when Chris was diagnosed in 2011, there was no treatment specifically for patients with REMC. He lived 15 months just by them trying different treatment that they've worked on other cancers. The Chris C.J. Johnson Foundation was born out of a desire to honor Chris's legacy and support others facing similar battles. Since its inception, the foundation has worked tirelessly to raise awareness, provide educational resources, and support REMC research. One of our proudest achievements was funding a groundbreaking study on REMC at MD Anderson Cancer Center. This study has provided valuable insights into the disease and paved the way for new treatment options. In conclusion, our mission at the Chris C.J. Johnson Foundation is to be a global community dedicated to advocating for individuals diagnosed with REMC and alleviating health disparities through awareness, education, and research. By working together and advocating for ourselves and our communities, we can make a significant impact. Let's ensure that no one faces this disease without the support and resources they need. Thank you for your time and commitment to this crucial cause. Together, we can create change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Ritchie. Wow. Oh, I just want to take a moment and just honor Chris's legacy that you've begun in honor of him and just say thank you. I'm going to turn my camera on as well. I just feel very emotional right now because I just feel that there's so many lives lost because people aren't aware of their sickle cell trait status. And even more so, the minimization that goes with it and the stigmas. So I just want to honor everybody that has lost a loved one, a family member, a friend to RMC, to exertional sickling. I'm just grateful that you were willing to share your story today, Miss Ritchie. Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, ma'am. And I don't know if anybody has a question. I think we have the same lady again, Diella Erkley. I think you're able to unmute yourself if you're willing to. If not, it's okay. It might be a mistake. Okay, thank you, Dr. Lokesh. I also forgot to mention about the quiz. We do have a quiz ongoing, which should be available to all attendees. So everyone feel free to participate in that quiz. And if there's enough people that have joined and participated in the quiz, you have to be in the Zoom room to do so. I believe we'll do a prize draw at the end. So yeah, I forgot to mention that at the beginning. Diella, do you have a question? I don't know. I think it's something that you keep hitting by mistake if you don't have a question. But if not, it's okay. And we shall go to our next guest speaker, which is Mrs. Nicola Casey. Here you are, ma'am. I will keep quiet and the floor is all yours.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for that introduction, and to follow Ritchie. Yeah, feeling quite emotional because obviously I'm here to talk about the same story. And my foundation's the Ricky Casey Trust in the UK. And you know, we started because basically I lost my husband to RMC. And we didn't know, and Rick didn't know his status, so he didn't know he had sickle cell trait. So that's why it's really important that in the UK that I'm sort of the only advocate, the only foundation, literally banging the drum to raise awareness and advocacy and to improve not only to the public, to the healthcare professionals on knowing your traits and getting that early diagnosis for renal medullary carcinoma. So a little backstory of Ricky and his story. He was 48 years old, so a little older than most patients diagnosed with RMC. He was fit as far as we was aware. He was a firefighter for more than 16 years, so he was a local hero, as well as a hero to me as his wife. And back in 2018, he just woke up one morning with a dull ache in his testicle, which again is quite a rare. You don't hear that it starts like that. It's normally blood in your urine or something like that, but this was just a dull ache in his testicle, a swollen testicle. The first visit to the GP was just, it's just an infection. It's a urine infection. It's a kidney infection. It was led to several antibiotic courses, which again wasted time. Several months before Rick got diagnosed with RMC, it was 5 months. So again, with RMC being quite aggressive, he was stage 4 by the time Rick was diagnosed. So, but it led on to bloating, loss of appetite, night sweats, dramatic weight loss, pain in the flank. The blood in the urine came much later for Rick. And he was in pain, constant pain. He didn't have many good days. And as Ritchie said, to then watch somebody you love basically be in pain 24/7 for almost, 9 to 12 months. And I didn't have anywhere to go. I didn't have any support via support groups or clinicians or anybody, because RMC in the UK is literally, it's silent, it's unknown. The GPs are not aware of the signs and symptoms. Not like, we're very far behind in the UK. So I'm here really to basically educate and try and get into the GPs first, because that's where it starts. And I'm really proud to say that we are, at the end of the year, going to be taking part in a training module for GPs across the UK, where my story will be on there. So, the GPs will be able to access a module to train and educate themselves with everything to do with RMC and the rare and the connections and the links with sickle cell trait and disease, because there's not enough education on sickle cell trait, which I myself am learning. I'm learning a lot from you guys, and it is difficult to understand, and we are uneducated, but I do not want anybody to go through what I've been through, what Ritchie's been through, and what all you guys are going through. So I do want to basically, make sure that people, like Ritchie says, are aware of the signs and symptoms. Don't leave it. Keep going. Really, there is hope there. Ritchie's give me hope. I turned to Ritchie when I was going through it with Rick, and Ritchie was a great support for me. And the RMC group that I'm involved with is just a huge support. We have I have looked after a few patients and supported them along the way. Sadly, some we've lost, but we do have hope, because one of our patients is 2 years clear. So there is hope with that early diagnosis and that support and that education. We can make a change together, and I do believe that we will. And yeah, so please do not give hope, and I'd love you to, if you can, support our foundation on social media. You know, please, you know, we're the only UK supporting RMC group, so you know it is important because it's not silent, it is silent. So the more voices that we have, the more advocates, you know, people will get that early diagnosis. So yeah, I mean, I don't have anything else to say really, because I feel quite emotional following Ritchie, and but our, you know, our aim together is to raise that awareness to the public, the healthcare professionals. Know your trait. More cancer patients are living longer due to successful drugs and trials, but rare types like RMC do get left behind. So our job is to not let that happen, and to raise the profile and the movement of RMC, and especially leave that legacy that we have. So thank you guys.
Thank you so much, Nicola. I just, excuse me, I just feel like both Miss Ritchie and yourself, I feel, I guess it's okay to show emotion on panels like this, because people need to see we are real people.
Yeah.
They need to see that lives have been affected, and you can't get back that time, you know, and I think that's really important. Apologies, I'm on.
Yeah. And you know, with RMC, like Ritchie says, it's often misdiagnosed, so it gets missed.
Yeah.
So there's lots of people probably I believe, that have died not knowing the type of kidney cancer that they've died from, because of the lack of knowledge and the awareness. And I do believe that is improving, and it will improve with everybody pulling together. Because, you know, Rick could have easily fallen under a category of an unknown primary, without me being his voice and his advocate. That's exactly what would have happened, and we wouldn't have known the type of cancer that he would have died from. So not everybody is, you know, is strong enough to fight and strong enough to be somebody's voice, because when you're caring for somebody in such an aggressive, you know, it was such an aggressive illness, and when you're trying to care for somebody and try to find out lots of information and try to basically keep somebody alive, it's hard going. It's hard going. And that's why I just couldn't, all that work that I did with Rick, I couldn't let that go. That's why I needed to carry on, you know, in his honor, and, you know, do what I'm doing today and set the charity up. We're a non-profit, you know, charity, work really hard. And, you know, I'm really proud of where it's going, and the education that we are putting out there to not just the professionals, but the public as well.
100%. I think you're all doing such an amazing job. And to say that pain is what propelled us, pain and grief is the propelling factor behind what we all do. And it's a unified pain, you know, to say that that's our driving factor, it's the force behind what we do. It's our passion, you know, that passion, our loved ones' legacies live on through.
Yeah.
I didn't lose children that are older, or a husband or spouse, but I lost my children with pregnancy complications that I now know 100% were attributed to sickle cell trait. 2 children, both died. One was stillborn because nobody thought to think I was high risk because of the stigma between, or not the stigma, it's a reality that yes, you could have a child born with sickle cell disease if your partner has sickle cell trait. But they didn't realize that I was high risk myself with the trait, with blood clotting and pouring blood, which is what happened in both instances. The second time, and premature labor is a risk as well for sickle cell trait. And now I've just had an operation that will prevent me from having children in future. So both children lost. So it has hit home. I can minutely relate to both of
Yeah.
your experiences, but it hits home, and it's something that has affected many, many lives. So this is a plea to so many people listening, to medics listening. Again, please take note of your patients with sickle cell trait who are asking for help. It's fantastic. Dr. Lokesh's plea was telling people to ask for help, continue asking, persistently ask, don't stop asking. That's the message I'm taking from both yourself, Nicola, and Miss Ritchie as well. Continue to
Yeah.
ask people.
Yeah, I mean, they say that Ritchie said that, you know, it's less than 1% of cancers diagnosed as RMC, but it's likely to be higher, I think. And, you know, not many people have heard of RMC that you speak to. And, you know, especially when I come across medics, they, you know, I would say 8 out of 10 say they have. And then when you start to talk about it, they haven't. You know, they haven't heard of it, and because they think it's so rare, they, you know, I feel they don't think it's important, and that's something that needs to change.
Yeah, I 100% agree, and I think maybe that's a term that the rarity, I believe, has gone from a thing, especially when they tell you something's rare and then you come across individuals who have experienced this, because that's exactly how I felt back when I was going through the major crisis. They were saying, oh, it's very rare. And these were my doctors, all of them. And they were saying it's very rare for a carrier to suffer. But then I was coming across other carriers when I did that shout out. And now look at where we are. You know, it's a global initiative. We're all joining forces, holding hands globally, and raising our voices, because it's not that rare. It's just not talked about enough, I believe. Yeah.
If I may, I'm just going to shake it up even a little more.
Yeah.
The fact that, you know, that rare word really, in some instances, makes people turn their ears off.
Yes.
But we know that the surveillance, the counting, the actual numbers that we have been repeating for years are inaccurate. And most of us believe there are way more than what we are constantly repeating. You know, so would it be so rare if we actually did have a count of what the actual numbers are? And in Rick's case, the months that he went undiagnosed, and then in so many others cases, even here in the United States, there is sickle cell trait for a long time has no cause of death code. So even with Devon's death, his death was classified as cause of death is exertion and dehydration complicated by sickle cell trait. Sickle cell trait cannot be listed as the primary because there is no cause of death code associated. So if we don't know the actual numbers of just people that are carrier status, then how can we even know if this is actually rare or not? Or if there's a death that's associated, there's a kidney cancer, but is it RMC? Is it RMC? Or, and I could just go on, but just wanted to throw that in the mix. That's just rare is rare, but is it rare?
Yeah.
That's the mystery.
Question. That's the question I continually ask and challenge physicians. I mean, just recently, and another thing to add is, one of my clinicians at my recent surgery, she said to me, "Oh, it's very rare," and I just thought, you're playing with the wrong one. I've got my diary, I've got my journal, I've got my book with me. I wrote these because, I was going through it, and I've got my book, I've got the journal. I know everything that I go through down daily now. I've created it myself. My GP seen it. I took my phone out and I said, look how many of us there are in my support group on Facebook. I said, this is not rare. Just a quick story before we move to our next speaker. If there aren't any other attendee questions. But oh gosh, my brain. Yeah, I took out my phone and I said, look at this. There was somebody that I had auditioned to narrate my audiobook, because the book is now being being produced as an Audible book. And I was blown away. I mean, the day that I received this email from a lady in America, in Colorado, and the way I sobbed when I opened it, assumed the impact, it just was all over again, because it's like I'm going through exactly what I went through. Her son has lost his gallbladder and could have died at altitude because they weren't aware of the risks associated with sickle cell trait. And his medics looked at him like he was a unicorn over and over when they rushed him to hospital, got him down to a lower altitude. But this lady, out of nowhere, in the middle of an Audible audition where how rare and random is that? It's not that rare if people from every background, every, working genre, working class, can come together, or can just say, oh, because I saw this, I felt compelled to audition because my son nearly died. He has sickle cell trait. They rushed him, his tests, his blood continued to sickle under the microscope, and his doctors were shocked. They were shocked because it's not that rare, but it is according to well, not statistics, but it's just not reported enough. So yeah. Oh man, it brings up a lot of emotion and a lot of passion for me. I'm grateful to everyone of my family who's attended as well. I've got a cousin in Zambia who's attended. Thank you. My friend who is a doctor as well. I think she's still here. She may have gone now, but thank you for attending. It just means a lot. It means so much. And thank you to our panelists for sharing and voicing what needs to be heard. As painful as it is, it's important. Oh my gosh. I don't know if Dr. David is back from his other panel, as he has the floor next. But if not, it's now a patient's perspective that we're going on to. So our first, if Bro David's not here, we'll go on to Ashraf. Bro, you're welcome to unmute if possible, and go ahead.
Okay. It's an emotional moment. One of the things that makes me emotional is in my story. My name is Lokesh. This year, 5 years. I grew up knowing that I was disease. Remember, that a major crisis, and that left me with limbs unable to use them. I had to use C for some time to when my and when the pain was managed, and I walked again. So when the thing was mild crisis, when I was when I was until when I was 12, I got very pain, and when I was taken to the hospital, I did a test. So that cycling test came out positive. Since I was presenting with and in my family have a history of sickle cell because of a disease. So it was even easier to make the diagnosis as sickle cell. So years later, I got more and more cases from my life. I when I had the first killing, read it again in 2008, coming out of it. Then I wanted to join one of the sickle cell clinic we had then at our national hospital. I wanted to join. So my doctor was seeing in his vetting, which was who was in the head of the clinic at the national hospital. To do an HB electrophoresis. So he wrote me the lab request. I went to the lab. I did the test, but it was taking 5-6 days to get the result. So the results came back. I told him it can't, because all my life I know I'm SS, and I didn't even come to see that the type had changed. I just wanted the results because they needed them to register me. So he told me, okay. So I asked him to write for me the lab request, and I go to another lab. So I did. I went. The test took me 2 weeks to get the results. When the results came back, still the results were the same. So I was wondering what was causing all this pain, because all my life I knew I have the disease. So now the results are telling me I have something else. So we went on a journey. It was a painful, stressful. Now we had to do all the test things that presented any signs and symptoms related to sickle cell. I did arthritis, I did so many things, did more than 20 tests, but every test was coming out normal. So I remember until when the doctor, he told me, now you have juvenile arthritis. The test told me I don't have it. So what I did, I was like, now I can't continue with this one. So I had to search for someone else. So I got to a physician. So the physician, when I went to the physician, he told me, I've heard about people with a sickle cell trait, but I've never met any. So you were the first person. So he still ordered to redo the HB electrophoresis for him to confirm. I did it, it still came out the same. So he started to manage me, but I managed me. I got complication. I got problem with my appendix. So I had surgery to remove the appendix. After the operation, I got complications. So these complications, I went back to the surgeon checked, and they couldn't find anything. I remember he told me to do a CBC to see my blood level and everything. So when I brought back the results, it was like something is wrong, because my HB was high. And when I was there, because I knew it was hard, if I said I have the sickle cell trait, they couldn't give me the attention. They would take me in as someone who has who has no complication. So always I used to tell them I have sickle cell, because that's what most could understand. So when I got the complication, he ordered me to do a CBC. So when I got the CBC results, we saw that my HB level were high. They were 13. So that's when he asked me, oh, why are you different from other people who have who are SS? So I explained to him that I'm a carrier. So he prescribed me some drugs. I went back, but still the pains persisted. And when they persisted, so I went back to my physician. He gave me the medication. They failed to work. So he sent me, he thought maybe it was a post-surgery issue. So he sent me to another surgeon. The other surgeon also checked me and was like, there's nothing wrong, because I did the scans and it was showing that the wound had healed well. So I went back to the physician. He was like, okay, now, he said if there's nothing, then he suspected maybe a nerve issue. Sent me to a neuro physician. Well, he prescribed me drugs, and these drugs, instead of reducing the pain, they were increasing the pain. So I was confused. So I went back to the physician that had failed. He also prescribed me painkillers, and instead of the painkillers taking away the pain, to increasing the pain. So from then, I was on, they were like, actually I had even become like a specimen. They were testing each drug to see that this pain can go away, but all failed. So until when they had to withdraw me from those strong painkillers, because they were not helping me, but the pain were off. So it's like the pain that has persisted for long. I think I've had this permanent pain for more than 12 years. It's the right side of my body, only the right side from the head to toe. So the pain comes. I failed to even describe it, because it feels like paralysis and you are not paralyzed. It feels like you have something that is cold, but your body is not cold. So I've failed to get a description for this pain. So in this journey, I remember in 2014, I felt like I was alone, and I felt I needed to share my story. Shared my story on TV, and when I shared this story, fortunately, someone looked for me, and she was like, I've also been a carrier, but I didn't know, and I've also suffered from this kind of pain, paralysis. It's a time that I got to know that some of the pain that I've been getting, because I've been in this sickle cell circle for long. I've been a sickle cell advocate for now 20 years. So I've been interacting with people with sickle cell. So I got to know what pain they go through and what to go. So, but throughout the journey, before I got to meet the other colleague of mine, I was wondering, because there is some kind of pains I was getting, and I'm still getting, but these are colleagues of mine who are not getting it. But I didn't know, because I hadn't known that I was different from them until when I met this lady. So when we shared, that's when we realized that we really have similar pains, because for her, she had the paralysis to the extent hers was more than mine, because for hers, she couldn't even walk. She had to be carried, and she was an adult. So from that point, when I got to know, because with my advocacy work, we go on to communities to screen and help people know their status. I have even to meet so many carriers who are experiencing the pain. I remember one time in 2015, we are doing a training department, and I have this daughter. That daughter was 8 in 2015, and she was like, my daughter is AS, but she goes through this pain. And the statement that broke me down was, she told her that if there's anything I did in your womb that made me have pain, please tell me, and I say sorry that this pain can go away. So much people say that it's rare. People say they don't know. If you say they Uganda sickle trait is at 13.3%. So those are around 6.5 or 7 million people. And if you say that it's rare, that means with this population, then I think it's only that people don't know. Most people don't know. One of the of those people that I estimate to be carrying the gene know their sickle cell status. So meaning there are so many who are going through pain but don't know. And with the fact that the medics don't believe, I've been to spaces where we have experts in sickle cell, and when you raise up that trait get a pain, they shut you down because now for you are lying. For a carrier, you are not supposed to get pain. I think we are faking. So one thing I'm happy about is that now the connections we are making, because when I get to know some other people, I'm not alone, and I can have someone else who can understand that. Even if I have got because of these pains and not what works for me, but at least I know someone else can understand me. I go to the first one, I got someone to find in to share my pains. No, some of the pains are weird. I can get the pains at night, and you wake up too fatigued because as if you at night you had a silent voice, but we get to for whom we talk to, it becomes easier. And I know with this with such events we can get to connect with so many people, and we can get the medics and us. Because one of the challenges that we get is they say, okay, you are rare, so we can't, lack of a better word, we can't waste our time to and you says to confuse people when we have more other serious things. So if we grow this movement, then we can have a voice and be able to be heard. Actually, I've been trying also to look for how we can work on RMC in Uganda. I've gone to our Uganda Institute. I've been told that ideas every person I talk about they
Beginning to break, bro. Can you hear me?
Sorry.
You
Yes.
just you missed that last.
The last part. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Is everyone
Okay,
can hear you?
Okay, I was saying I've been trying also to look into RMC, and when I talked at the first, he told me I've seen the RMC cases, but when I went to the Uganda place where we country in Uganda, so every person I talked to, and I was like, I had information about RMC. They're like, what is that? That also cancer, and these were the space we know. So we are, and when I started there was no case of RMC. I mean, still because people don't know, so we people die from their homes without reaching the hospital. To thank Mape for this initiative and for bringing us here. With these collaborations, we can be able to change the narrative about symptomatic is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was amazing. And thank you for sharing your journey with us, how far you've traveled from where you're at now. And I just congratulate you in Uganda where, you know, it's been difficult for you to receive the help and the recognition. You're a driving force for change. I'm so grateful for you and grateful that you're on this panel today. Thank you. I don't know if Dr. David is back yet from his panel, but if not, I will share my story because Faustina's unable to share hers. And then straight after I share my slides, I have a poster that I put together, and I just kind of put it in, I inserted it into my slides. I don't know, would everyone prefer me to do a brief background on how far I've traveled and then see where I'm at now? I think, okay. I think that's what I'll do. And then afterwards, oh, bro David's back. I'll let you share your story, bro. In fact, let me make you the host for a moment. Let me make you co-host. Yeah, co-host. And you should be able to share.
Thank you, everyone. My journey through sickle cell has just been God throughout. And I use my experiences to inform and inspire people. Right from knowing I got to know I had sickle cell anemia. My mom of late memory is a nurse. So she got to know, but back then there were limited information. So there are some challenges, complications of sickle cell disorder that I was experiencing that I didn't even know. It was later on that I got to know, like nocturnal enuresis, bedwetting, up to 10 years, underfoot syndrome. Well, I knew that the sequestration crisis, when the spleen starts mopping up the sickled red blood cells from the blood, and that leads to enlarged spleen, and then later autosplenectomy. I knew that because my mom was aware about that, and I had that. And I remember she always try and palpate to look for my spleen. I was also having frequent pain crises. I suffered better delay. I also had a prerequisite right from medical school. I started at the 5th year. And that was my first experience. I didn't even know what prerequisite was. So I had to go and read about it closely and discovered that, oh, it was caused due to sickle cell disorder. And I suffered for a while till when I had the last episode, like almost 14 years back, almost 24 hours, they're already planning surgery or EBT, and then it just stopped. The doctor, I was already admitted, and then the doctor said, let us try triple therapy. Introduced pentacillin with diazepam into the fluid, and it just stopped. So that was the last time I had it. I also suffer, currently I'm suffering from chronic leg ulcer. This is the 3rd episode. I've had 2 past episodes. I think I've mentioned earlier that here in Jazan, they don't have chronic leg ulcer, people with sickle cell disorder. But what they say they do have frequently is osteomyelitis. So I had many of them asking me, do I have diabetes? I said, no, sickle cell disorder causes chronic leg ulcer. And I've used the opportunity to educate even their medical students and medical doctors that chronic leg ulcer. So also, when we're talking about renal medullary carcinoma and mentioning back pain, it reminded me of there's another condition related to sickle cell disorder that causes chronic lower back pain, which I have. It's called early spondylodegenerative changes. Spondylodegenerative changes of the lower vertebra, the 5th lumbar and the 4th sacral. I was having this chronic lower back pain for almost a year, and then I went to see the orthopedic. The orthopedic recommended I see the neurosurgeon. They did a CT, an MRI, and they discovered it. And I asked the neurosurgeon, he said he's not aware that sickle cell disorder causes it, but he knows age causes it. So I met my hematologist and she said, sickle cell, there are two things that cause it, sickle cell disorder and age causes it. And I've been able to share the experience with some other people with sickle cell disorder who have been having it, and they say they're going to consult with their doctor to notify them to do what is necessary. So chronic back pain, lower chronic back pain, sickle cell disorder causes spondylogenerative changes of the vertebra. Also, just briefly, the webinar I was in, but I had to switch to and come back. One of the sickle cell warriors there was mentioning sensory neural hearing loss, which I have. Sickle cell disorder causes hearing loss. And she said she has been having this hearing loss for a while, but didn't even know. So when I mentioned it to her, she said, I said, hematologist. So sickle cell disorder causes sensory hearing loss, causes, as you've heard from Dr. Tomia, retinopathy, many problems. Basically because the blood, every part of the body that the blood supplies, the problem with sickle cell disorder can affect it. Stroke of the brain and whatever it is. Now, so from the crown of the head to the sole of the feet, you could have that kind of problem. But one of the areas I've always been recently advocating more for is about the mental health care for sickle cell warriors. Most of these physical problems or challenges we have with sickle cell disorder causes mental problem, mental health challenges, depression, anxiety, panic disorders, social, many other mental health challenges, psychotic disorders, and unfortunately, little or no emphasis have been put on it, especially for us. So I think it is very important we raise strong advocacy about our mental health awareness. What kind of care? It is important we start seeing a mental health practitioner or therapist right from the cradle, because a lot of those challenges, I can remember quite well, nocturnal enuresis, and how it was affecting me. And because the prevalent information about bedwetting then you didn't even know back then that it was due to sickle cell disorder. But the prevalent information then was that, oh, if this person that's bedwetting, you make him or her go outside to wash the beddings and the clothes, it will bring a shame that will make the person stop. And so my parents, because they didn't even know, and nobody knew, the doctors, the hematologists, nobody knew that bedwetting was associated with sickle cell disorder. So on some occasions, I was frequently exposed to that, which was shame. And that was affecting me mentally. And I remember back then, anytime I did bedwet, in the afternoon, my dad would ensure we engage, study, and read. And by evening, we should go out to play. So when it was time for us to go out to play, he would tell me to, every one of us to go. And I would tell him, no, I don't want to go. And ask me why. I would tell him I want to stay back and read. And he was like, oh, that's good. My son loves reading. But the reason was not because I wanted to stay back to read. The reason was because of the shame of going outside to be asked that, did you bedwet again by my neighbors, by our neighbors alike? Because we saw your beddings outside, whose beddings, and then you have to talk about it. So all of those things were affecting me mentally. And unfortunately, because there was little information about it. Now, talk about the pain crisis we experience frequently, and now it messes up our mind. It affects us mentally. And unfortunately, this builds up so much of injury or hurt on our mind without even knowing. And so when we get to present to the mental health practitioner or therapist, we already have an established diagnosis, mental health problem, which was not looked into or considered because it was as a result of a buildup of physical challenges of sickle cell disorder affecting our mind. So I think that is very important. We need to talk more about it. We need to create awareness about it. We need to talk to our hematologists and GP to at least ensure we go for mental health evaluation, even if it is once a year, so that they could be able to pick up a lot of problems related to sickle cell disorder that is affecting the mind. I started medication on depression 2019, and so many other challenges related to sickle cell disorder. Now, one thing I want to talk about, which for my example is, because I did not start medication early, from my story, from those who know about my story, when I was looking for a way out, and God said, no, I'm not going to use it for sickle cell disorder. I'm going to use it to glorify my name in your life. I was not using any medication. Because I was foolishly thinking it was just fit. And so the only time I got to use medication was when I had pain crisis. Immediately pain crisis stopped, I stopped, even folic acid. So it was recently, like almost 5-6 years ago, that God made me realize I need to be doing it, to be using medications and going for my clinic. That's when I started. So I do tell people, Now, maybe the reason why I have a lot of complications and conditions related to sickle cell disorder, chronic fatigue syndrome, chronic pain syndrome, is because I did not start medication early in life. And so I used to advocate to people, please start your medication in life, early in life, see your general practitioner, see the hematologist, ensure your children see them and start medication in life. I don't get to start hydroxyurea until about maybe 6 to 7 years ago. Maybe if I started it early, they would not have detected early stroke. Early stroke was detected, silent stroke was detected when I did MRI like 3 years ago, and I have been doing monthly scheduled transfusion. So at least that tentatively helped us to be able to talk about the need for hydroxyurea in life, especially for those who are not having adverse effect to it, so that it can reduce the risk. Maybe if I started hydroxyurea in life, I will not be having a third episode of chronic leg ulcer. So I think it's very important. Thank you very much. Okay, the last thing, discrimination against sickle cell disorder. Both sickle cell, people with sickle cell trait, sickle cell anemia. Within the family setting, unfortunately, even in this 21st century, I've heard of families whereby the parents who are educated had to stop the child with sickle cell disorder from going further to school. The lady is 35 years old. She only had a secondary education, whereby her siblings had went to the university, went for postgraduate, but she just stopped because the clergyman told them that she was a source of waste for the family resources. Those are part of the myths that is plaguing people with sickle cell disorder in low-resource countries like Africa. Discrimination against people with sickle cell disorder in the educational facility, academic institution. We need to make them understand that the fact that we are absent from classwork for some time doesn't mean we are not brilliant and intelligent. Sickle cell warriors, be it sickle cell trait, sickle cell anemia, or whatever, are brilliant and intelligent, they are talented. So give us the equal opportunity to be able to catch up, and we'll definitely succeed and excel better than they expect. And also the limitation within the place of employment, this discrimination. Some establishments do not want to employ because of the frequent work absenteeism. Crisis can take you out of school, out of your job. And so we need to advocate about that more, let them understand that the fact that you have sickle cell disorder doesn't mean you should not have a job. I work, and thank God I have many other sickle cell warriors that also work. And I have seen that a lot of sickle cell warriors are very productive, very productive. So whenever they are not in crisis or in the hospital, they tend to be able to do so much because there is super strength you just seem to have to compensate for those periods when you are off work. So also discrimination in the community. Let sickle cell warriors participate in another form of community activity, in politics, volunteering, community engagement, whatever organization, as long as they know how to manage their health. And then it's important, sickle cell warriors are often educated. Now, the last thing I'll talk about is this, the place of support group, like this symposium that was brought about by the support group, symptomatic sickle cell trait. One of the things I've realized is that the support group is a good platform for research towards sickle cell disorder, because we are quite aware that sickle cell disorder is under research. And then there is this safe environment that it creates within the support group for people to talk about their problems. You will not hear people talk about priapism when they are outside with other people. But when they are in the support group and they hear other people with sickle cell disorder talk about it, we hear them mention it. In support group, we need to hear that women with sickle cell disorder during pregnancy can have some risks and complications, which they are at risk of, and they should prevent it, like intrauterine growth retardation, intrauterine fetal death, preeclampsia, and the rest. So anemia in pregnancy, because of the effect of sickle cell on immunity, it reduces our immune system, the ability to prevent infection. Pregnancy is also known to be an immunosuppressive condition. So the risk of an infection is very high. Women that are pregnant with sickle cell disorder. So all of these things we get to talk about, which unfortunately, because there is under research in sickle cell disorder, when they are able to tap into the support, we'll be able to get a lot of resources to explore more into sickle cell disorder and be able to complete the incomplete information we have locally and globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, bro. That was really informative. I 100% agree. I think a support group is fantastic for research purposes. I mean, it's a safe space. It's a space where people think, okay, here goes. Um, One thing I noted is even some of the men in our support group are actually voicing out what they go through. And it's because there's that safe platform for them, which I think is so necessary, so important. Um, we don't have that anywhere else. And I think specifically within the trait, from my experience, is even in the wider sickle cell community, there was a shunning off of people with the trait. Whenever I would attend webinars, especially when I was going through the worst crisis. I mean, you remember when I reached out to you via Messenger and I was like, help me, please. I'm going through a really severe crisis and I don't know what's happening to me. But I knew I had the trait, and it was literally your first answer was, oh, maybe they've misdiagnosed you. That was your first call, but it wasn't, you weren't derogatory, you weren't dismissive. You just thought, oh, you know. But I contacted you because I knew, okay, you have sickle cell disease, you'll understand. And when I started describing the pain to you, you were like, this girl's going through the same as me. So it was such a blessing to have that support from someone who believed me, who understood that I'm describing my pain, but it sounds like similar to your pain. And that was a blessing. Having that support is so vital for the mental well-being of a sickle cell warrior, be it trait or full-blown. And I'm just grateful for the support of all of you on this panel, on this platform today, and the support group that we have. You know, we've grown together and we are a family. You know, we confide in each other. We've created solid friendships, and it's a powerful thing having that support, because it gives your voice validation as well. So 100% mentally, you guys have helped me feel strong again, even at my weakest points when I feel like, oh, I'm tired or I can't do this. And I was panicking about putting together so much and hosting today, but you all have made this happen, and I'm forever grateful. I feel so honored to be here with you all and blessed, and I'm just, I feel like I'm on a high. I feel very, very privileged to be here with you all. Um, would you like me to share a brief? I was gonna share just on a poster that I managed to put together of my holistic self-care, but I don't know if anybody wants me to share a brief on what happened with me from 2020. Should I just do that? And then, okay, I have my slides. I think they're up. Yes. Can you see my slides? Is that okay? And have I put it? Can you all see my slides so far?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Ritchie. Okay, I'm gonna play. So my name is Louise Rachel Mwape Miller, my full name, but I prefer Mwape. It's my Bemba name, given to me by my Zambian mom. And I am half Moroccan, half Zambian. But I know the Zambian side full on. That's all I've grown up with. I'm now 39. I almost forgot my age there. I'm 39 years old. I created a blog years ago just as a release, because many living with sickle cell or sickle cell trait know that it's a very lonesome journey, or it can be, because you do feel isolated, especially when you're going through so much pain. So I did create a blog years ago, which was www.mwapemiller.com, which turned into the platform that I use now to share full on about symptomatic sickle cell trait and my sickle cell journey. And I created this support group, Symptomatic Sickle Cell Trait Global Voices United, following going through the worst sickle cell trait crisis of my life. This was in my much slimmer days when I used to run. And I thought it's worth putting in there because an impact of not being able to move properly. Although I haven't been diagnosed with AVN, I feel like something is going on with my hip, and unfortunately, I wasn't eligible for surgery because of my back. The problems, again, you mentioned, I can't remember who mentioned, I think Miss Ritchie, you mentioned the back problem, the back pain. And Dr. David, I think you also mentioned about the back pain. I've been having such severe back pains that some days it's difficult to get out of bed until my mom massages me. And that was even at my slimmest. I was having problems as I sort of got later on in life in my 20s and now in my 30s. So I won't go into what my background is because you can all see that slide there. But I did a lot. As Brother David said, symptomatic trait warriors or sickle cell warriors in any form, full blown or trait, have, you know, that super strength, it would seem, that we seem to be able to do a lot when we're well. Just sorry, my mouse has frozen, so I don't know where it is. So yeah, when I was born, my mom was told that I have sickle cell trait, which is clinically known as hemoglobin HbAs. In the UK at the time, she had the standard screening test that they did. So I always grew up knowing that I have sickle cell trait. But the medics at the time told her I'd live a normal, healthy life. And that wasn't the case, as many of you now know. So I never suffered any pain until the age of 5. We'd moved back to Zambia when I was a baby, and I lived in the heat. I was fine. And now I believe that's down to the presence of fetal hemoglobin up until I think is it 5, 7? Is it 5 years? Sorry, bro. I can't. Hold on. I can't remember when it's. I can't seem to unmute you from here. Sorry. Yeah. Is it 5? 5
No,
years?
fetal hemoglobin 6 months or 1 year. That's
Okay.
when it disappears.
Okay. So my mistake. But yeah, I don't know what that reason was then. But as a child, up until 5 years old, I never suffered. Um, I was as healthy as any child would be. And then when we came to the UK, I remember it being winter, and that triggered off severe crises. And those crisis episodes would happen every year, at least once a year, where I'd be bedbound. And I grew up seeing myself in these states of being bedbound, swollen limbs, dactylitis or hand and foot syndrome, writhing in pain, screaming. And those images always stayed with me as I grew on, as I grew older. So March 2020, fast forwarding all those years, as I got into my 20s, I stopped having as frequent crises, but I would have I'd have like frequent infections, my chest mainly. I lost my children during my pregnancies. They were very severe, and I won't go into that, but I have gone into very in depth in my book about what I've experienced and what triggers my crises each episode. And the major episodes, according to the NHS and the clinical guidelines that they give, and they say, oh, it's only in these circumstances, but hang on, each of these circumstances happened with me, and my triggers happened, but also without those circumstances, I still have crises. So that was my whole purpose of writing my story. And also I felt if I died, following on this next story I'm about to share, I felt that I needed to get a message out there to let people know what I was going through as a trait warrior. If other people are going through it, if I died, I need to leave something behind that helps people know that, you know, they're not alone, firstly, and that sickle cell trait is not benign. So I began having these nauseating, debilitating, pounding headaches, which would affect my vision. And I just completely black out. I could be speaking and then suddenly forget what I'm saying. And that's why these slides are quite wordy, because I need a bit of a prompt. I thought my blood pressure was very severely high at work, and I was working at the time, and I'm currently not working for anyone else, but I'm finding a better way to work for myself, which I think a lot of sickle cell warriors in my now experience tend to do. We tend to find ways to work that suits our health and our bodies and our mental states as well. So yeah, my GP referred me to hospital where they did refer me for a scan. A GP there on site referred me for a scan, but that didn't take place. So they sent me home. I was off work for a few weeks, and then COVID happened. So it was a scary time, and I was afraid to go into hospital again after that. June 2020 was the worst time of my life. On the 15th of June, this sunny day, it was beautiful. I was working from home and I decided to exercise. I felt that chronic fatigue that you were talking about, Bro David. And I was an exercise fanatic. I was really slim. I used to have regular episodes, as Dr. Tomia mentioned about exertional sickling. I'd have really severe cramping in my legs. When I would exercise, I'd collapse and I'd get very breathless, even at my fittest, climbing stairs. And sometimes even walking just a short distance, I would become extremely exhausted. So 6 p.m. I'd finished work, I started exercising, and by 9 p.m. I began overheating. My skin felt really hot. I'd had a bath to try and cool down. My knuckles had swollen on my right hand. My skin was on fire. My mom couldn't even touch my skin, barely touch my skin. And I was in a crisis with a fully swollen right arm and in extreme pain. I had a fever. I went to my mom's room. I could still walk by this time. I went to her room in the middle of the night and I was like, Mom, I'm in pain. I'm having a crisis. And all the symptoms that I had were some of which are on the screen now: the swelling of my arms and hands, swelling of my stomach, my skin was on fire. I would have the stabbing bone pains that I so frequently got from childhood up until my adult years in both my arms and legs. My pubic bone would stab. I'd have stabbing pains in my head, my neck, and newly to me was my collarbone. I never knew that was a thing, but it was a thing, a really severe crisis in my collarbone. My period stopped and I didn't realize how low my hemoglobin levels were. And then after September 2020, it came back after a period of 3 months with no period while I was in this major crisis. And following beginning to recover from the crisis, where I couldn't hold cutlery, I couldn't stand, I couldn't hold knives and forks for myself, I couldn't feed myself. My mom had to juice fruits and veg for me. I had tender ribs, chronic and acute back pain, and extreme fatigue, and I would go completely limp from head to toe as well and just scream, Mom, I need help. And then what I found nearly cost me my life. Medical ignorance nearly cost my life. As GPs told me that familiar, famous word, it's rare to suffer symptoms as a carrier. And they didn't know what to do. And then there was a delay in my tests as well. So I was just given paracetamol. And when I think of that now, it hurts to think back, so I try not to think back. I think forward. I just think, okay, now I'm being helped with stronger medication, because if I had to dwell on paracetamol being given to someone in that kind of pain, it's shocking because I was given a very low dose as well. And that hurts to think on. So self-help, I started self-helping from way back then. My mom, in desperation, bought a book on holistic medicine because the tests I had weren't to find out how low my blood count was. They just did a test to find out whether I was a carrier or whether I had full-blown sickle cell. And so we bought Tamika Mosley's book, A Mother's Journey, Natural Healing, A Mother's Journey. And then I bought, when I met Brother David Owoeye, I bought his book as well, which verified everything I once knew about sickle cell, or I thought I knew about sickle cell. It just kind of solidified what I knew, and it was a comfort to me going through this. So my mom began juicing beetroot, celery, liquid chlorophyll, which helps to build the hemoglobin and it oxygenates the blood. So I bought that, and it was something that we were using daily, and I still use that today as well. I contacted the Sickle Cell Society for advice on how to help myself, and they gave me like a list, a generic list, and the guidelines are on their website for anyone with sickle cell trait. And I've included that email that they sent back to me in my book as well. And then thankfully, I had a genetics counselor who was able to push and advocate on my behalf. Like Nicola had said, it's important to have somebody who can be a voice for you. And she wrote a letter on my behalf to my GP, which then pushed for the tests that I needed to have genetics testing as well, because I found out that there's 3 super sickling variants of sickle cell trait 2. So hesitantly, my GPs referred me for the right tests. And then I went viral on social media. I started posting and posting to find out how rare I was. Was anyone else suffering like me? What are people doing to kind of help themselves? And I was shocked that I found out so many people were suffering. And that was when the support group was born, Symptomatic Sickle Cell Trait Global Voices United. So the major crisis I was in was from June until September. And then from September onwards, even though I wasn't as debilitated from head to toe, I still had a lot of problems, the chronic headaches, the nausea, the going blank all of a sudden was continuing. And then in December, I said to my doctor, I think I'm having strokes. I'd said that earlier in the year, and the nurse practitioner I spoke to at the time said to me that your body's too generalized. The limpness is over your whole body. It's only one side that would go if you were having a stroke. So she said, I'll refer you, but I don't think they're going to do anything. When I did finally have stroke symptoms, it was December the 15th in 2020. And my face, this was the day I was at work. I couldn't even do my hair. I was working from my home office on this day. And the pain was so intense on my head. I couldn't see what I was doing on the laptop. And I told my boss I need to get a GP appointment. And I didn't sleep that night properly. Initially, I couldn't fall asleep. Or I didn't sleep much, rather, should I say. I literally felt like I started feeling like my face was numb on one side, and it felt that the pain sort of changed all of a sudden later that night, and it felt like my face was numb on one side. I couldn't see. It felt like I'd been to the dentist as well, and it felt like my mouth was just it sounded like my words were like that kind of sound, slurred and really funny in my head. So I tried to take codeine, which I managed to get over the counter. It didn't help, so I managed to fall asleep later by 2 a.m. after speaking with my friend on a text. We were just messaging each other, and I told her how I'd been feeling. Then when I did finally fall asleep, I woke up at 11 a.m. on the Wednesday, December 16th, and the pain that I'd felt the day before seemed to have gone, seemed to have reduced a bit, and my mouth still felt numb. My mom went to go make me something to eat, and as I went to go and brush my teeth, it felt different. My right arm was limp. I couldn't hold my toothbrush properly. And even to this day, my right arm is now my weaker side, whereas it used to be my strong hand. So I used my left hand awkwardly to brush them. And when I tried to form that spitting motion to spit the O shape, I found I couldn't spit. Something went wrong. And that was when I looked in the mirror and screamed, Mom, I think I've had a stroke. And Mom came to the bathroom. I remember her, first of all, in shock. She started laughing out of it. It seems to be a response that we tend to go into like hysterics first, and then started crying straight after that. And I began to do the same, because I was like, oh my gosh, I've had a stroke. It's actually happened. But I told them, and all I could think of was I told the doctors. And I was admitted into hospital, given blood thinners, because when my periods did come back in the September of 2020, earlier that year, they were just continual, where I was losing clots the size of what I thought at the time was my organs falling out because of how bad things were, and I was just bleeding continually. These are just in brief a few of the complications that I've been experiencing since 2020 on a daily daily basis. I've been diagnosed with sleep apnea, but what I believe is my tonsils are the problem. And my oxygen levels, because at my recent hospital stay, I didn't carry my CPAP machine, and the oxygen increased my the oxygen the oxygen I was given via cannula, a nasal cannula, helped with the headaches and everything disappeared. So I believe my oxygen levels are the thing that's the most important thing. I've been having really low oxygen levels, nausea, and really bad headaches that felt like migraines. So I've just had a uterine ablation, and I'm recovering from that just about a week. Is it a week ago? A week ago now? Maybe a week and a half now. And then I'm under neurology. Orthopedics have had to discharge me because they've said that I'm not eligible to have a hip replacement, purely because he said if I did end up under the knife and I was down, I might not get back up again with my back problems. And I had been having chronic tonsillitis as well, over 7 bouts of that a year. So I'm not going to go into the risks and the triggers of everything that's been going on, but this is some of what we have been doing now, some of the recent topics that we have discussed, and some of the work that the support group's been doing. Is just sharing our stories. The more we speak about them, the better it is to get awareness out there. I had done a talk, so this isn't for this platform, I guess, but it was just telling about the importance of sharing your story and join the conversation and getting people talking, and some encouragement for others out there that are listening to educate themselves on sickle cell trait. Have a hydration checklist. Those of you with sickle cell trait and sickle cell disease, have a hydration checklist. Some keep well sort of advice, if you will. Journaling, which is a great way, because this is part of my self-care that works for me. So some of the things I do enjoy, which is reading and writing, being out in nature. I bought myself a dog after the stroke symptoms, and she's tiny, so at least, with her pulling, it didn't affect my back too much. And there are days where it's very painful, so my mom takes the lead and takes her out. And it was a strange one, because for an African parent, having a dog in the house, it was one of those things. She's old school, and she's from the older generation Africans. So she said, we don't have dogs in the house back home. Back home, they have space. So she said, if you get a dog, I'm moving out. And I said, but I really need her. And I begged and begged. And even though I'm grown, it was still that kind of thing. We lived together. And she said to me, okay. And when she saw my dog, she was so cute. I don't know if you can see, the one in the grass, Storm, is my pug. And then that's her daughter sat next to her, below her. I can't actually point to it, unfortunately. But yeah, she gets me going. She gives me that push as well on the days where I don't want to do much. I have that responsibility. So I have my fur baby, and I'm happy with them. And they keep me exercising as well. So part of my self-care regime is daily supplementation, and I've just included a few of the supplements that I take on a daily basis. Oh, I've put CMOS tummies on the slide. It's gummies, because I couldn't get hold of CMOS as much as I wanted to. I tend to buy online, so I've not been able to buy the actual CMOS itself for a while. So I just bought gummies, and also sometimes the smell can be a bit strong, the seaweedy smell. So I've not been doing the gel and blending it myself. But I find that the benefits that I've found through taking this list of supplements, I was having regular cramps, so I've had to increase my intake of magnesium and calcium and zinc and vitamin C, and take an electrolyte drink. So if I don't have coconut water, I'll take like a tablet within a glass of water, excuse me. And then I'm taking my super omegas as well, just to keep my joints lubricated and and everything. And folic acid is a must. I've bought that and been taking that, even though my GP didn't prescribe it. I took that initiative because of the fatigue I've been having. And some of the other things that I've been doing is just researching things that boost the body's functions naturally, because I don't like taking medication. I take it when I have to take it, and if I know that I'm feeling like I'm beginning to get a headache or a pre-crisis trigger, I'll take medication. But I tend to try and avoid it if I need to, if I can. Although I do take medication on a daily basis, I'll try not to take a high dosage of anything until I really need to. But I find warm baths, resting, listening to my body, being mindful, meditating on scripture and praying a lot has really helped as well. And family time, laughter has really helped. The focus now isn't where I was. Now it's okay, how can I help myself whilst helping others? And listening to friends, listening to audiobooks, reading books if I'm able to and I'm not too tired, and speaking with friends and hosting these panels. You know, being a part of something that's global is a wonderful thing for me. It's given me a drive again, which has greatly boosted my mental health and my physical health as well. It's these things, these initiatives that even though I might be feeling a particular way, I can put my pain aside, especially when there's a panel like this. And it's like, okay, well, how can I make myself feel better? So even if I dress up as well, I'll put lipstick on or just do my hair or wear something bright. And the focus now is, okay, how can I make myself feel well to get through this day? And it's day by day, taking each day as it comes, and focusing on, I have a task to do. How can I do it with excellence, or as excellent as I'm able to? And that's my focus now and my drive. And that's what's brought me here to be with you guys today. And this is just my slide references. I'm hoping I didn't rush through that too much. I just wanted to share in good time so that I'm not holding up the panel and the speakers from their time today. But that was just my little, I had the slides ready for my previous presentation, but I just did the self-care this morning. I just thought, what do I do for self-care? I'd written a list and I thought, I do all of this, but it's all part of the panel. You know, what we all do, what we've all been doing is supporting each other. So that's my input. Thank you. And I think because Faustina isn't on, I'd like to do the tribute video now, if that's okay with you, Nicola and Miss Ritchie. Okay, thank you. I'm going to share my screen and then I'll do an introduction to Milton as well. Bear with me. Was just to honor our fallen warriors who are no longer with us. I just wanted to give them the honor and dedicate that to them. I don't want to cry. I will just do Milton's introduction, and thank you so much for being with us at last minute, Milton. Thank you so much. He is a father and a retired teacher who lost his son at 20 years old. And it was down to RMC, renal medullary carcinoma. And his message is to just drive home the importance of why it's important for us to share about share and educate ourselves on sickle cell trait and on RMC, and also on why driving changes in policy is important. Thank you so much, Milton, for joining us. I'll be quiet and you take the floor.
Well, thank you so much for having me here. It's interesting that when we talk about sickle cell trait, I could speak about RMC, but Ms. Ritchie has spoken, and Nicola and anyone else who I've missed has spoken about it enough. Well, I apologize, not enough, but in detail. So me adding to my journey or my son's journey, it's not as significant as talking about just sickle cell trait, the overall concept of it. As far as my background, and then when we say it's a small world, myself, I have relatives on both sides of my family in the UK. I was born in Jamaica, West Indies. My great-grandfather, of course, he was a white planter from Essex, England, which in that part of Jamaica, Wade Ridge, that's where he and his brothers decided to populate that part of the island, per se. But in the UK, I have relatives who are, if the last name is Butterfield, Fairweather, Wade, Russell, Grant, Smiley. They're cousins or distant cousins of mine, even first cousins. My advocacy in itself is the RMC community and physicians, especially those at MD Anderson, are working on cures, do clinical trials, and there's fundraising efforts and so on. But my background is not only in education, but I was also a coach for my duration, close to over 30 years in education and sports coaching. And I was Micah's personal trainer. So he was an extremely healthy child, but that just drives home the point more when I discovered after his passing that I had the trait, and then reflecting upon the illnesses and conditions that I endured, which at the time when I was born was before they even had genetic testing, newborn testing, and so on. And of course, in the Caribbean, except maybe for Haiti, it does not exist. So now, when we look at sickle cell trait and the different illnesses or conditions that it may cause, and we look at why this is happening, why has it been so long? In the U.S., in 1972, a sickle cell trait bill was passed. Sickle cell disease bill was passed. So that's over 53 years ago, or close to it, 52. And since that time, the number of sickle cell disease patients has gone from, on average, from 25,000. I'm sorry, from 50,000 now 100,000. And when you talk about someone with sickle cell disease, and the average longevity is 50 years. So now when you look at sickle cell disease patients who are now, we look at them passing away and they're in their 50s, that's a timestamp. Be that as it may, another thing which I discovered when you consider, if you ever heard the term predictive analytics, and you can look at that globally, where you have pharmaceutical companies, they're in the business of coming up with cures and so on, but it is for profit. And the reason why I bring that into the discussion is that when I've done some research, and if you look at not only in the States and in the UK, but in Africa, especially in those countries where sickle cell disease is epidemic, their prediction is for it to increase. And they see that as a gold mine. So how does that relate to sickle cell trait? There is no money or profit to be made directly from sickle cell trait itself. What I mean by that is prevention. So there is not money or the thought process of, you figure that $1 billion, multi-billion dollar pharmaceutical would want to say, hey, let's invest money up in helping spread awareness as a preventive measure. There's no point in cutting off your profits. But now, for us as a community, those who are in the sickle cell trait community, one of the things that I find very challenging, and that goes from including our sports stars who have the trait and have made mention in it briefly, there aren't any role models that we look to, although we glorify our athletes and whoever it is that's popular in our culture. And they really, for a lot of times, they do not take it upon themselves that, okay, there needs to be a give it back or a coming together, not just individually, but as collective. So it's left up to us now, and even within our own group, I find that a lot of the sickle cell trait community, they act individually separate. And there's no coordination or cooperation overall within the sickle cell disease and the sickle cell trait community to speak in one voice. And for me, my only way to do that, I cannot come up with a cure. I could raise money for that. But in my mind, that public policy, changing the talk, changing what is said and what is known, could do more than one athlete, a superstar, speaking. And that's my challenge. And a lot of families and friends, when I talk about Micah, or they'll give their condolences and say there'll be a change someday. That's not going to happen without us making a change. For me, I don't have tomorrow. I don't know how much time I have on this earth. But for what my child meant to me, and what the survivors of those who have perished from renal medullary carcinoma, overall, it's more of saying, if you want to look at it from a religious perspective, you want to do unto others, you have them do unto you. And that's a word that's not really being shared or carried or thought process. It is challenging, even with what I'm doing. And I hear some people want to say, give me credit for what I'm doing, but I can't accept that. This is a marathon, and I'm only on the first mile. I haven't won anything. And I am determined, because I said this one time, that my parents gave me life and my children gave me a reason to live. Both of my children, but especially my son, he was such a part of my life, and he gave me so much hope, what I expected him to be. And the love I had for him, where does it go after he's no longer here? What happens to it? And I thought about that and said, I have to do something, because he's missing from my life, but the love that I have is unfulfilled. And I have to try to do what I can so that no one else will have to go through what I'm going through, or what others have gone through. And that is my message. And hopefully, once I'm done or I'm able to get things passed, so far, I have made some progress in New York City with some politicians who will listen. I am trying to, or kind of working with the Washington, D.C., the city itself, their health department. I have taken some written materials and for legislative action. And every time I've done this, I have had failures, a measure of success, but I build on that. Just like a coach, when you run laps, you train and you build up your strength. So hopefully I could take the information I have, and even I plan to visit the UK. That's one of my dreams, because one, I have to trace where did it come from. I did not get sickle cell trait out of thin air. My son got it from me. But there is someone else within my lineage in the UK, and I need to trace it, and not to say, okay, well, it's you the one who gave it to me, but it's to bring awareness. However, I do believe what I'm trying to do can be duplicated, and it's not so much just word of mouth. There has to be some community-based organizations or spreading of the information through community leaders, or passing within the local governments or the national government of some protocol to bring education and awareness for physicians who are, for the most part, they work with the feeling that how dare someone have the audacity to self-diagnose themselves or make a suggestion that defies their medical training. After all, they went to college for all of this, and you did not. You're a patient, and you should not know more than them. How dare you? So that arrogance and ignorance has to be overcome. And if it takes local government to twist their arms of the medical community and say, you know, you need to pay attention, or this has to be a focus by law, then that has to be done. And that's the approach I'm taking. Anything else, my son's journey, that's a discussion for another day. But this is my advocacy, and I'm not even close to where I wanted to be, but I'm still there, and I'm trying. And, but I thank you for having me speak, and I appreciate it so much.
You're so welcome. Thank you for sharing. And you're not alone. Just always remember that we are in this together. I think I'd seen Miss Ritchie, Stronger Together. Nicola, I think you say that as well on your advocacy page as well. We are in this together, and where we can support each other, we're all happy to do so. I believe, you know, I speak on behalf of all of us. We're in this together. We're family now. So, you know, you have us with you, and anything I can do to help, I'm happy to do so. And that's to all of our panelists. Thank you. And I will support as best as I'm able. All of us, we're in this together. And I know I didn't announce the quiz at the beginning properly. However, I believe I might just leave that for an email quiz. So what I thought to do, just because I'm exhausted, and I think everybody has given of themselves a lot. It's taken a lot to be here and to share, you know, our emotional journeys. It's difficult to share, but it has to be shared. So I appreciate everyone's time, and I'm thinking to ask if attendees, unless there's questions, I would like any of the guests to be able to unmute themselves. So if any of the attendees have any questions that they would like to ask, please apologies, please stick your hand up if you can. You should be able to do that, or I might ask any of them to unmute so that they're able to talk. And then if there's no questions, then we can, if everyone would like to participate in the quiz, or those who would like to participate in the quiz, there is some amazing prizes. There's the, I don't know if you'll see this, but I will try. The journal that I use every day. Oh, you can. So this is my, can you see this?
No.
No. Oh yeah.
Now we can.
This is my, I think I have to be in the picture with it. So this is my symptomatic sickle cell trait journal that I use. And it has been, let me see if I can.
Hello, good day. I couldn't find it. Hello.
Hello.
Good day. I'm
Oh,
all the
day.
way. I'm all the way from Tobago. Denise Berkeley McLeod is my name.
Oh, hi, Denise.
I'm in a unique situation where my daughter has full-blown sickle cell, and I myself have the trait. And due to the trait, I have other complications because at my age of 49, I have to go and do a double hip replacement surgery. And I totally agree with the guy when he said that they need to pay more attention to the trait, because there are a lot of people suffering with the trait and no really support. You could understand me. And yes, I benefited from the newborn screening with sickle cell because my daughter is 10 years old now, and they did her newborn screening in the hospital, so I could have known that she had sickle cell. Right, but it would be a good idea if after this is done, if we could, all of us could get together and form a support group and be there for her, because the trait, it is something very serious. Because as I speak, I'm like you, I'm on my bed right now with pain. I'm on a level pain with my foot, my back, and my hip. All right. So I just said I will share that info.
Thank you for sharing, Denise. I'm sorry to hear of your pain. And I fully agree. There is the support group that I created a few years ago, Symptomatic Sickle Cell Trait Global Voices United. Are you on Facebook? Denise, hello?
Yes, I am. Yes,
Okay.
I am.
If you let me what's your, let me take your email address, or in fact, can I send you a message now? I'll put my email address in the chat, and then if you get in touch with me, I'll send you an invitation.
Sure.
Okay.
That will be greatly appreciated. Thanks.
You're welcome. Symptomatic SCT.GVU, Global Voices United is my email address. So if you drop me, oh, I've not put it in properly. Sorry, bear with me. Or in fact, can you send me yours?
Yes, I can. I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, put it in the chat, and then I'll copy it down. And then I'll reach out.
I'll also put my telephone number as well.
Okay. Are you on WhatsApp?
Yes, I am.
Okay. The support group is actually opening a WhatsApp platform for sickle cell trait as well, because I think it's nice to have that communication. I won't be online 24/7, but when I'm awake, when I'm awake, I will reach out, and then we can all support each other, because I know that, you know, it's helpful to support each other. So yeah, when you're ready, put your email address in the chat, and I'll take it down, and then I'll reach out to you. And yeah, by all means, I'm here to support you as a trait warrior. And you know, I'm sure many of us together will also support you, and everyone in the group I know will support you. You know, we're there for each other. So thank you for sharing, and thank you for joining.
Thank you. I have been on since the program started, so that is to show you how my interest is.
Wow. Thank you so much for your support today. We appreciate you.
Okay, thank you. I'll put it in the chat.
And yeah, thank you. I'll mention about the quiz as well. So yeah, if anybody would like to participate in the quiz, let me write down my email address. I need to focus on it now because my brain is getting tired. Symptomatic.
Are your attendees allowed to chat now, Moape?
Pardon?
Are your attendees allowed to chat?
You're talking.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
The son who spoke to you just now sounds like they're from the same part of the world that I am from.
Yes, she mentioned she is from Trinidad and Tobago.
So I am from Trinidad and Tobago, the Republic. She's from Tobago and Trinidad. But just wanted to say one, which I've said to you before. Of course, it's KW from Trinidad and Tobago. My contention after being around for the last probably 4 or 5 years, because the first person who mentioned trait to me was Farron Dozier. I call him the original sickle cell trait educator.
Yes.
I met him along with Dr. Pesante and Dr. Austin. Those were the triple trio, you know, coming in every area, every time I sat and listened to trait. And trait has to be the more important topic on any sickle cell forum or fora, simply because without trait, there's no disorder. And when it comes to caregivers are a silent majority, because without them, most of us wouldn't strive. Both of my original caregivers, well, one is still alive, but I shouldn't say there were 4. The creator, my parents, and Dr. Nunes. Fortunately, my mom and my dad, I don't make mention of my dad specifically because a lot of men, you know, they do it in the background. Some don't do it at all, but it happens both with women and men. But the fact is that I had both parents front and center supporting me. So they both left Earth, but Dr. Nunes is still here, and of course the creator will always be here. And my go-to was nutrition, but caregivers generally don't voice or have a voice or take the voice when they get the voice, because they're always okay. Nothing is ever wrong. That young lady just spoke with a caregiver, and it tells that when there's a platform they feel comfortable in, they will share a whole lot. So if I can plug something for SC3, is that okay, Moape? They have a November session.
Sorry?
Can I do a plug for SC3? The US organization has a caregiver session in November this year.
Okay, yeah.
Right. So I know I'm railroading you, and it's probably difficult to say no to me because I've asked you in person, but
it's all right.
One of the more important for us, because you know we have so many, and the caregivers are spoken about, but this one, caregivers are front and center. And we ask as many people to join, whether you're having issues or not, whether you live with sickle cell trait or not. I've heard Lokesh Bailey, I've heard Tomia Austin talk about allies. A big deal, you know, people who they have no kind of connection to sickle cell trait or disorder, but they're there with us. So I want to encourage persons to look for the sickle cell consortium's promos later in the year when they're talking about the caregiver conference or caregiver summit, however it's termed. But to me, that's really important because trait is discussed a lot at that forum. So thanks for the opportunity to plug in. I mean, there were 2 other opportunities to listen to other sessions today, but because you're talking trait, Moape, I've decided to plug my anchor right here. And when I leave you, I'm going to our last event for World Sickle Cell. It's a physical event in a place called Chagonas here in Trinidad. And I'm not sure if you'll be live or not. If we are, I'll be sending out emails. I know you'll be asleep already because It's probably past your bedtime or getting there. No, it's still early, about probably 7 o'clock. But the point is that we support each other. The information really comes across the board. So those persons who've dealt with RMC, I mentioned that in a chat yesterday. I would like to know how common it is, how many people who live with sickle cell trait have experienced it. Rhabdomyolysis is another one that term was first shared with me by Farandos here. I mean, I must talk about them because I heard about traits trickling around 2018, 2019, and it's always dismissed. And this gentleman who was in the army sits and talk his life story, confirming everything that people were discrediting, whatever word they want to use. And since then, I've come to realization that if we don't focus on trait, we'll always be in a position of growing prevalence with sickle cell disorder globally. Mappy, all the best. Success to you and a team. And
KW. Appreciate you from UK. It's sunny. It's finally shining now, and it's almost 6 o'clock in the evening. So the sun's just coming out now.
Well, it's just about 1 o'clock here, so it's about 5 hours ahead. I mean, I have family who live there as well, so it's good to know to be shining at the same time. But we have long days. Our sun comes up as early as 6, sometimes a little bit before, and that's because of June, maybe July. But right after it starts getting dark early and coming up late as well. So we have nice sun at the same time. Yola and long days as well. Mapa, keep doing what you do. I hope you live a lot healthier and inspire a lot more people to do same. Yeah, lots of love from the Caribbean, specifically Trinidad and Tobago, Southern Caribbean, jewels of the Caribbean.
Thank you, KW. That's such a blessing. You are such a blessing, honestly. Thank you, KW. And I don't know if any of our panelists have anything they would like to. Dr. Austin, go ahead. Yes,
I do. This has just been tremendous. Everyone, especially those of us that have remained, but I'm moved.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna shake it off. But anyway, y'all, the needle is moving. I entered this space in 2010. Ironically, I was very recently diagnosed as alpha thalassemia trait. I had no idea. I have claimed the #1 sickle cell ally, and I still will carry that proudly. But when I
amazing.
When I entered this space, I had very little information experience about sickle cell trait, especially. But meeting you guys meeting me, us reaching out and doing things together, the needle is moving. There is good news. There is good news. Books have been written, testimonies are shared, we are connecting, we are building. We have a huge community. And I just want to tell you that there is a new community, and that is the community that is created as a result of these curative therapies. And as a result, there are some that go from sickle cell disease to sickle cell trait based on their donor. And because of that, the As One Foundation was propositioned by one such warrior turned trait warrior who literally said to us, I know everything about sickle cell disease. I've had it all my life. I am now a trait warrior and I know nothing. And that conversation was the birth of Trait Space, your safe place support group for sickle cell bone post-transplant patients now transitioning to trait. No topic is off limits. They want to know what the sickle cell trait experience is. This started January of this year, and we meet every 3rd Tuesday of the month. It is now 4 that I'm aware of. There are 4 sickle cell trait support groups now, and a host of Facebook groups and conversations. So That's great news. I saw Mwape applauding. Yes, 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 yes. And that's what we are doing, because some of our faces are the consistent faces. We're in every sickle cell trait space there is. We're not giving up. We're not getting tired. Though we get tired, we still strap those boots on and keep going. I just wanted to, number one, share about the trait space and hopefully see your faces in that trait, in that support group. But also let you know that let's keep going. It is making a difference. Today, this has been superb, top 5-star, excellent, excellent. And so for the viewers that will view this after the fact, join us, join 1, 2, 3, 4 of those support groups, get involved, continue to share your stories, buy the books, and let's keep heralding the sickle cell trait conversations.
Wow. Ooh, that's awesome. Thank you, Dr. Austin. Wow. I've taken down the details of trait space. So I'm gonna definitely find a group that suits and join and keep sharing. Wow. Oh wow, that's awesome. It's really, really good news. And anyone else would like to share anything?
I would just like to personally thank you and the panelists for such a phenomenal session today. It's been enlightening, and I think we need more of these sessions to continue to empower people and to understand that education is power.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, Miss Ritchie. We appreciate you, and I agree, definitely more of these sessions. Would anyone else like to say anything?
Again, I want to just thank you. Thank you for having me, and it's been amazing. It has been really good. Thanks to everyone that's it's been great listening to you all. You're all doing such a good job.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us, Nicola. It's been such a pleasure to meet you today and to have you share your story and your journey with us as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. And we'll definitely collaborate more. I think all of us will.
Thank you, Mape.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it was great having this discussion today. I hope with more we shall build a community that will help us to be seen, to be heard, and even our pain to be recognized, so that the next generation doesn't suffer the way we have suffered. Thank you. I know brick by brick, we shall get somewhere.
Exactly.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Oh, wow. There's a hand up by Infinix. I don't know.
Hello.
Hi.
This is Liza. Well.
Oh, hi, Liza.
Yes, hi, Mila.
Hi, how are you?
Fine. Well, this is Liza whom I sent an email to you yesterday.
Yes.
Yes, I'm a sickle cell patient.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to appreciate. I love the session and thanks for sharing. And I think a lot, if this is all done and aired out to the public and the awareness is made, I think there will be a great improvement in reduction of the sickle cell trait and the sickle cell carriers.
Yeah.
So thank you. I appreciate.
Thank you so much, Lisa. We appreciate you for joining.
Thank you.
And I think, family, I think we have done such an incredible event today. It's been so jam-packed with information, and it's been powerful, very moving. And I'm just grateful for you guys. And I won't keep you much longer. And I just want to honor all of you for the amazing work that you're doing. I 100% support and back you all. And I pray that you have an amazing rest of your day. For those who are just starting, for the ones who are ending their days, have a wonderful evening. And for those who are about to go to bed, have a wonderful night's rest as well. And blessings. Happy belated Juneteenth. Woo! Freedom. That's powerful. And happy belated World Sickle Cell Day. And we're getting somewhere, y'all. I'm so happy.
Good job.
Thank you all for giving me the strength for this panel. I appreciate you and I love you all. And thank you to my heroines, Dr. Tomia and Miss Ritchie, and everyone that's joined. I truly am grateful. Thank
We
you.
love you.
Thank you.
I'm going to say one last thing, Moapit, and this is to Dr. Austin. Dr. T, the fact that you were screened, I can't remember exactly, but it sounds like you're part of our community now. You use the word ally, but you're more than an ally now. According to our Trinidad and Tobago thing, we have something called we connected by blood. This year we say it in the DNA. You represent both. You're connected by blood and you're part of and it's in your DNA. So this was just divinely ordered. That's what I'm looking for. While I'm stumbling through all the maze of expressions, it has been divinely ordered you walking this space. And I can always, when I always speak, I must mention Farron, you, and my Asante. It can never happen. Straight conversations can never happen with all three of you all being mentioned. So I want to thank you all for exposing this naive person a couple of years ago and allow me to understand how important my parents have been. I get emotional when I talk about it because they're not here, but it's important that their legacy, because they're from two different islands and yet they came together. I did a small poem about that this year. Trait really attracts trait. I look at us, we've attracted Dr. Austin and she didn't know she was part of us. So thanks, welcome in officially.
Yes.
Thank you, KW.
My pause releasing now.
Thank you, KW. And yes, welcome to our space officially, Dr. Austin. You've always been one of us. You just didn't know it officially.
And, I would like to say thanks to everyone, especially Dr. Austin and you, the hostess. And we draw strength from one another. Yes. And even that young man from Trinidad and Tobago, he knows quite well. He is a driving force, and I wish they had 10 more like him. We will move mountains.
Yes, we will.
Right? So thanks very much, information. And it was simple, and a baby would have understood what you said. Have a great one, you guys.
Thank you. We'll be in touch, and the video will be posted to the YouTube channel, so everyone can just share it wide. I will let you know once it's done. So if you just keep following me on Facebook, and Denise, I'll reach out as soon as I'm able to. I'm just going to rest up a bit and I'll be back in touch in a couple of days. Just give me a couple of days to bounce back.
Okay, you take your time and be safe. I am here right through.
Thank you. And blessings. Anyone who wants the books, they're on my website because I don't think, you might see them now. They're here. Symptomatic, Life of a Sickle Cell Carrier, An Invisible Disability, My Story is my book. And it's available on all Amazon platforms apart from audio at the moment. It's in production. But the chronic journal and care plan can be used for any chronic condition. It's also available on the website. The links are there and on Amazon. And one final massive thank you and blessings to everyone. And I will say, until next time, let's continue changing the incorrect narratives on sickle cell trait. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye, everyone.
Bye.